the clock. Okay. We're going to now begin the public hearing portion of this meeting. So, simultaneous Chinese interpretation are being provided for this meeting using language interpretation function within Zoom. We ask that you be patient in case of any technical issues. Language interpretation will not be enabled until instructions on how to access interpretation have been interpreted into Cantonese and Mandarin. Once interpretation has been enabled, a globe icon will appear. A reminder to all that are speaking today, we ask that everyone speak slowly for the interpreters. If you're speaking too quickly, I may interrupt you and ask you to speak slower. Thank you. To enable interpretation for Cantonese and Mandarin, please click on the globe icon on the bottom of your screen and select Cantonese for Cantonese and Mandarin for Mandarin. You must also mute original audio. And Terry, will you now please interpret the instructions that I just gave?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, everyone. My name is Anna. I'll be your Cantonese interpreter for the meeting tonight. 大家好，我係 Anna， 我哋今天晚上嘅廣東話翻譯員。你揀見到個地球儀嘅時候，撳落去揀廣東話粵語，亦就會去到廣東話嘅翻譯頻道啦。如果用手機嘅話咧，撳嗰3個點，再揀更多，就去到 Cantonese 粵語，咁都去到廣東話嘅翻譯頻道咯喎。唔該晒，一陣間見。Your turn, Terry.
Do we have Terry on?
Hi, this is Terry. I will be your Mandarin interpreter for the meeting tonight. 大家好，我叫 Terry， 会是你们的国语翻译。待会你在屏幕下方呢看到地球仪的图标，然后点选地球的图标，然后再选择 Mandarin， 你就可以听到国语的频道了。如果你是用手机或者是平板电脑上来的话呢，你可以选择屏幕下方的3个点，然后再选择语言的选项，也可以进入到国语的频道。好的，谢谢大家 ，Thank you. Back to you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Nisha, will you now please join the interpretation channel or activate the interpretation channel? And we will give folks a few seconds here to join. You can see the globe icon at the bottom of your screen there. Okay, so if you're having any difficulty activating interpretation, please call the phone number on the screen. Please take note of the phone number on the screen. If you have any difficulties later in the meeting, you may call that number. The project presentation has been translated into Cantonese and Mandarin and is available on the BPDA website at bostonplans.org/about-us/bpda-board/board-meetings. Please take note of the website address on the screen to enable the translated project presentation. This is a public hearing before the Boston Redevelopment Authority doing business as the Boston Planning and Development Agency, being held in conformance with sections 80A-2 and 80B-5 of the Boston Zoning Code to consider the proposed project at 125 Lincoln Street in the Leather District, neighborhood of Boston, as a development impact project. This hearing was duly advertised on November 3rd, 2022 in the Boston Herald. This is a BPDA hearing on a proposed petition by the agency. Staff members will first present their case and are subject to questioning by members of the agency. Thereafter, anyone who wishes to testify about the proposed project will be afforded an opportunity. We are taking support and opposition at the same time. If you are planning to testify, please take time now to verify that your computer microphone is active. Click the hand icon on your Zoom control panel, and this will signal to the staff that you would like to speak. When your hand is raised, it will be blue. If you are calling into the meeting and would like to testify, please dial *9 to raise your hand. When I call for all testimony, staff will announce your name and allow you to talk. You must unmute your microphone. Your webcam will not be active. In an effort to accommodate all who would like to speak about this proposal, each person will be given up to 2 minutes to comment. BPDA staff will indicate when 30 seconds remain. At that time, please conclude your remarks so that the hearing may continue and others may be heard. At the conclusion of all oral testimony, any email testimony will be read aloud. Finally, the proponents are allowed a period of 5 to 10 minutes for rebuttal if they so desire. And Ms. Nupur Monani will now begin the presentation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, members of the board, Director Jemison and Secretary Bolimas. My name is Nupur Monani and I'm the Deputy Director of Master Planning and Policy here at the BPDA. I'm also the project manager for the proposed project at 125 Lincoln Street in the Leather District, which is before you as the next item on the agenda. The proposed project is a 323,000 square feet development project on a 0.6 acre site at the western edge of the Leather District neighborhood and adjacent to the I-93 ramp. The site is presently occupied by a roughly 11,000 square foot dilapidated parking garage with 5 stories of parking and some ground floor retail. The project consists of the demolition of the existing building and the development of a new 11-story research and development building with accessory parking for up to 150 vehicles located in up to 3 below grade levels. The project is also anticipated to include around 323,000 square feet of GFA of R&D uses, plus 12,000 square feet of ground floor retail. Of the 150 parking spaces that I mentioned just a minute ago, approximately 105 are intended to be used for the building's operations, and approximately 45 of these parking spaces are intended to accommodate neighborhood uses that will help to serve existing residents and businesses in the area. R&D uses are restricted to biosafety level 2. In connection with the project, the proponent intends to deliver approximately 31,000 square feet of on and off-site public realm improvements to promote pedestrian conditions in the Leather District, complete the Beach Street corridor, and better connect the site to the adjacent Rose Kennedy Greenway. And you'll hear a lot more about these proposed improvements once we get into the presentation slides. The Article 80 process for this began in April 2019, so it's been going on for quite a while. Since then, the project has undergone significant refinements, which again you will see shortly once we begin the presentation. In particular, the height, the massing, and the community benefits have evolved in response to existing neighborhood context, as well as staff and community feedback. The ground floor has been a particular area of focus for both the staff and the community due to its location at the nexus of these 2 neighborhoods, Leather District and Chinatown. And so I'd like to thank BPDA and BTT staff who I know have worked very hard with the proponent to ensure that the frontage on Beach Street provides a safe and continuous pedestrian experience. And to further support this vision, the proponent, as one of their additional community benefits, has also taken significant steps to maintain the community-oriented retail use that currently marks that site. They're proposing to provide up to $3.5 million in design and construction services to enable this use, along with support to the existing tenant for any potential relocation. So while this is a significant enough community benefit in and of itself, I also wanted to highlight that the affordable housing benefit being provided by the project is of particular note as well. The project will enable, at an off-site location at 79 Essex Street in Chinatown, the creation of about 50 to 60 units of deed-restricted affordable housing. The site currently is controlled by the development team, and they are proposing to contribute it to Asian CDC, who will then undertake the the rehabilitation of this existing building into affordable housing. This particular contribution will be further enhanced by additional funding, which is expected to be provided by the Mayor's Office of Housing. And so with the contribution of the existing building itself, additional funding from the development team, and future funding from the Mayor's Office of Housing, 79 Essex will help to significantly advance the city's affordable housing goals and add supply of housing units in Chinatown, which we know is a much needed thing. There are several other community benefits, which you will see sort of outlined in the presentation to follow. But for now, I would just like to kind of stop here. And before I do, I would like to thank the IAG, elected officials, Leather District and Chinatown, and downtown communities who all have tirelessly participated over the course of this 3-year Article 80 process. They have all helped to shape the project that you are about to see, and it is truly because of these collective efforts that we are able to present it to you at the board for your consideration today. I will now turn it over to Ken and Ryan to walk us through the planning context, after which we will hear about the project from the development team and their representatives.
Good afternoon. I'm representing the Planning Division and sharing how planning staff evaluated this project. First, I want to acknowledge that the project before you is unique in its regulatory journey. While the BPDA staff recommend bringing this project before you today, the Boston Civic Design Commission, an appointed commission which advises the BPDA and the mayor on the design of projects of special civic or urban design significance, did not vote to recommend this project to the BPDA board. Due to this unique circumstance, I'm going to dedicate a little bit more time towards explaining the planning context for this project and how staff evaluated this project. The proposed project is located within the Leather District, Article 44 of the Boston Zoning Code, along with two overlay districts, the Coastal Flood Resilience Overlay District and the Greenway Overlay District. Much of the review focused on the Greenway Overlay District and compliance with that plan. The Greenway Overlay District itself reflects the guidance of the 2010 BPDA Board adopted Greenway District Planning Study. This study provides additional guidance for sites abutting the Rose Kennedy Greenway and supersedes the neighborhood article in providing dimensional guidance for applicable sites undergoing Article 80 review. The Greenway District Planning Study outlines three main objectives: to activate the space adjacent to the Greenway by introducing active uses that positively contribute to the Greenway, to ensure the long-term value of the Greenway by shaping development to maximize the quality of the parks, and to balance development pressure along the Greenway with other growth areas across the city. Guidance for the 125 Lincoln sites specifically in this plan prioritizes the legibility of the Beach Street corridor and connecting the Greenway to and through Chinatown and the Leather District by concentrating active ground floor uses along Beach Street and mitigating the negative impacts of the I-93 on-ramp adjacent to the site. I lost my place there reading that. Hold on a second. An associated, inaccessible, disconnected, unprogrammed public realm. So not just the ramp, but the conditions kind of around it. The Greenway District Planning Study also recommends recommended building an 80-foot tall street edge to align with the adjacent buildings and a maximum overall height of 100 feet to align the Leather District zoning height and avoid overshadowing the Greenway. The proposed project aligns with some aspects of the Greenway District Planning Study, including activating the Beach Street corridor with retail facing the street edge, public realm improvements to the sidewalk space, and crossing improvements at Lincoln Street, Beach Street, and Surface Road. The proposed project does not align with the Greenway District Planning Study's recommendation or the Leather District zoning's requirement of 100-foot maximum building height and will have some shadow impacts on the Greenway. The proposed project includes the ability to meet some of the planning goals outlined in the ongoing Plan Downtown study. This project is not located within the boundaries of Plan Downtown, but the 79 Essex Street portion of the project where the affordable housing is located within the Plan Downtown study area. It's providing significant public realm improvements in the neighborhood adjacent to the project site and an affordable housing contribution, housing restoration opportunity at 79 Essex Street. 79 Essex Street is approximately 2 blocks from the proposed project in the Chinatown neighborhood and is a suitable location for the adaptive reuse of Chinatown's historic building stock while creating 50 to 60 permanently affordable housing units. Thank you, and I'm going to turn it over to the proponent team.
Thank you, Ken and Nupur, Madam Chair, members of the board, Chief Jameson and Secretary Bohemus. My name is Mark McGowan, Head of Development for Oxford Properties, Boston. And I'm joined by our attorney, John Radigan at DLA, and our architect, John Clifford of S9 Architects. Quick run of show, I'll give a site overview, talk about our goals and out of the project, cover our community engagement and the project evolution, and kind of reiterate some of the benefits that you heard from Nupur and Ken. And so for site orientation, site's located in the Leather District, 3 blocks from South Station at an important intersection of Lincoln and Beach with 93 on-ramp just to the west. Also on the map is 79 Essex, building that Oxford owns on the edge of Chinatown, which we'll talk about in a few minutes in more detail. Again, that's located on Essex and Oxford Streets. Next slide. So currently, the site has an above-grade garage, as Nupur mentioned, past its useful life. The site's further challenged by the constraints of its irregular shape, what's effectively a three-sided site with the 93 entry ramp to the west. And as the board has seen in the past, garage projects are inherently complicated. There's an undesirable above-grade use here, and that use is just propped up by strong demand. So if you look around the city, the garage sites that have actually been redeveloped, there's this incredible tension between keeping that garage and adding on, or demolishing and replacing with a better economic alternative. So for us, creating an opportunity, but also with a challenge. Next slide. So we've taken kind of pride in that challenge at Oxford, partly because of who we are. Real estate arm, a pension fund that represents 500,000 municipal employees, focused on creating economic and social value through our real estate. So with that comes, us as a strong and committed sponsor that will execute projects that we believe the city and the neighborhood in Oxford can be proud of. Next slide. From the start, our approach has been to take a partnership mindset with the community and the city and focus on these desired outcomes and goals. So what is that shared vision for the future? How do we collectively get there? So the goals of replacing an above-grade garage with a building that brings energy and economic activity, meaningful investment in public realm, embracing the opportunity to activate and connect the neighborhoods, put meaningful resources to address the housing crisis in Boston, and then also be a leader in decarbonizing our real estate footprint. The tool to accomplish those goals is the proposal in front of you tonight for consideration. As Nupur said, our 11-story mixed-use or R&D project. Next slide, please. So our process has been one of listening and responding creatively from a change of use and approach in 2020 that allowed for height reductions to our reworking of the ground floor to accommodate for more activation and connectivity. We are pretty proud of the extensive work we put into the process because, to Nupur's point, it led to a better outcome. And in turn, we earned support from many residents and businesses, both in the Leather District in Chinatown, as well as support from housing advocates and civic groups. And also, just to reiterate the point Nupur mentioned, we did spend a good amount of time educating, talking with neighbors about the use, the R&D use, and committed to a BSL 2 level or below with respect to the R&D activity. Next slide. So our goals are a reflection of this dialogue we had, and our response to address them resulted, I think, in some impressive outcomes. I'll touch on many of these in subsequent slides, but as we mentioned, the height, nearly 50% reduction from when we started. On affordable housing, we partnered in a creative way to enable for the creation of affordable housing in Chinatown. Another goal that we're very proud of is the ground floor activation, so prioritizing the returning of an important use in a banquet hall, increasing the ground floor size, and also working to help on the relocation of an important tenant. Additionally, dramatic improvement to the public realm was a priority that we delivered on through an increase in size and funding, nearly $6 million. And then lastly, from the city and both our high standards, kind of a call and response on sustainability that I'll touch on in a minute. So on to design, in highlighting the physical manifestation of our delivering on our goals. We gave a strong focus on activating and enlivening the ground floor as much as possible. programming the retail to full block width of Beach Street. So here we show two views, one looking north up Lincoln Street to the top left here, and then bottom left looking back east towards South Station along Beach Street. With the design itself showing kind of a contextual yet modern approach with taking cues from the neighborhood while embracing our role as a new commercial hub. Next slide. So to get a little more in detail on our goals, and we spent a great deal of time on affordable housing. 79 Essex was with an aspirational depiction here is a building Oxford opportunistically acquired some years ago. And again, after listening to the community and exploring partnerships with Asian CDC, we collectively found a way to set up ACDC for success and to have this building restored and reinvigorated to be a contributor in Chinatown. So by Oxford transferring our interest to ACDC for $1, committing additional funds, really excited here to facilitate the creation of hopefully 50 to 60 affordable units. Next slide. Another goal and focus, again, was this ground floor activation and really strengthening and repairing that connection between the Leather District and Chinatown. The previous uses of C. Martin, Halal Moon did create a strong cultural connection between the two neighborhoods. Next slide. So by organizing our site plan and establishing, again, that full block retail, we were able to accomplish some incredible activation here with committing to a banquet hall use to return to the site with a local operator at sustainable economics, something that was very important early on in the process. Next slide, please. The public realm was another area of considerable focus. And what's exciting about this is we all experience this day to day, right? It's when it's done well, it's what we love about the city. So I'll highlight a few opportunities that we're excited about. Next slide, please. So some examples of this going clockwise are improvements to Lincoln Street, partnering with the city on pedestrianizing Beach Street, closing our loading dock and refreshing Lincoln Street Plaza, and making sincere and meaningful improvements to Beach Street Service Road. So really excited about the public realm contributions here. Next slide, please. Lastly, on public realm, we have a tremendous opportunity to support and transform the Leather District Park and collaborate with the neighborhood in the Greenway and DOT with significant funds and resources to really rethink this space. Next slide, please. So not to be overlooked, our sustainability goals and targets really set the bar high with significant reduction in greenhouse gases and fossil fuel consumption. So targeting a 90% reduction in fossil fuel usage with some third-party benchmarking that really sets the bar high with achieving LEED Gold as well as WELL certification for the building, and then having kind of a resilient infrastructure day one. We're proud of that approach. Next slide, please. So, in summary of our benefits, I believe the project really steps up and delivers on important goals the city and the neighbors in Oxford we're holding and trying to achieve. And, starting with our neighborhood, the neighborhood focusing on being a good neighbor, collaborating on cleanup, being thoughtful about how we maximize our new garage for shared benefit with businesses and residents, to the public realm where we're making significant contributions and investments on improving the pedestrian experience in and around the site, to economic development and workforce development. So in addition to the housing in the banquet hall, we're very proud to be an early supporter of Mass Bio their apprentice program, which will give meaningful opportunities to folks in the neighborhood to participate in the life science industry, all above and beyond our linkage contributions. Lastly, we take our environmental stewardship very seriously, and that means doing the small things right, from improved stormwater management to EV car share and blue bikes that really make an impact on greening our transportation infrastructure. Next slide, please. So that does conclude our presentation. We truly appreciate your consideration for approval. We'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay, thank you. So this is a public hearing. We're going to go ahead and take public comment first and then board question and answer. So Secretary Polhemus, do we have anyone who would like to testify?
Sure. We're going to start with Sheila Dillon from the Mayor's Office of Housing. Sheila, you can unmute yourself.
Great, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear
Okay,
you.
wonderful. But, well, thank you for having me, Madam Chair and BPDA Board of Directors. For the record, my name is Sheila Dillon, and I am Chief of Housing for the City of Boston and also the Director of the Mayor's Office of Housing. And I'm here not to talk about the subject property on Lincoln, but instead just to express my support and actually excitement over the development of 79 Essex Street into, for Chinatown, a large affordable housing project. I can't tell you the hours that the city has put into this building well before Oxford was even looking at it or had site control of it, worried about its future. There were many development proposals put forth. A lot of them had this beautiful building being demolished. It was not going to be affordable housing. And so we are very, very excited when Oxford was able to get site control and offer the community this benefit. We have also been working for decades to keep Chinatown a neighborhood that we all, many of us cherish. So this site is not only going to contribute and provide affordable housing, it is also helping us really preserve this incredibly important neighborhood. So the Mayor's Office of Housing is looking forward to working with the Asian CDC and Oxford to move this project forward into 40, 60 units of new housing in Chinatown. So I'll stop there, but we are very excited about what is possible on this site and how it's really going to enhance and help us preserve, like I said, this important neighborhood. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Chief. Megan English, you can unmute yourself.
Madam Secretary, can I just interrupt for a second?
Yes.
I do have a letter from Council President Ed Flynn's office, which I would like to read into the record before we get into raised hands, if that's possible.
Okay.
Thank you. The letter says, "Dear members of the BPDA board, I'm writing in support of the project proposed at 125 Lincoln Street in the Leather District. The proposal before the BPDA today is one that I hope the board will take action on and approve the project. The proposed project at 125 Lincoln Street will be an 11-story building with 335,000 square feet of of gross floor area and 12,000 square feet of retail space. This most recent iteration of the project and reductions in height and massing came in response to the feedback and concerns from city agencies, IAG, and the public. The project will include investments in affordable housing, streetscape and public realm, green space and park infrastructure, community-oriented retail, space for banquet facilities, and transit-oriented growth. In particular, this project will include a community retail space that prioritizes BIPOC and immigrant businesses, as well as working with Asian CDC, the opportunity to create approximately 50 affordable housing units at 79 Essex Street. The goal of this project is to restore a historically significant building while redeveloping 50 to 60 permanently affordable housing units. I acknowledge that there is opposition in the community and respectfully request that the team continue to work closely with the neighbors both in the Leather District and in Chinatown on any quality of life issues and concerns that may arise during the construction phase and thereafter. I believe that this is a project that will be valuable There will be a valuable addition to my district, and the proponent has conducted a thorough community process. I hope that the BPDA will look favorably on this project. If you have any questions, please feel free to contact me at ed.flynn@boston.gov or at 617-635-3203. Sincerely, Ed Flynn. Thank you.
Thank you, Nupur. Just a reminder to everybody testifying, please speak slowly for the interpreters. Megan, English, you can go ahead.
Thank you so much. I'll start by saying I am in opposition to this project. From a lot of our conversations with the Oxford development team over the past several years, it's become clear that Oxford is intending to turn the leather district more into a lab district. And I believe that if this is passed, it will set a very dangerous precedent for our neighborhood, especially with other developers and certainly with Oxford, to come back to our neighborhood with more oversized, out-of-scale developments. The height and the density, the size and scale of this building is really the point of main concern. It flagrantly flies in the face of all prior planning, including that done by this very BPDA board, which stated that a building, as you saw in the Greenway planning study, of no more than 100 feet should ever be built upon the site. It defies all recommendations made by the highly qualified former BPDA and current BCDC experts with decades of experience in this city. As you heard, the BCDC unanimously opposed it. It also proposes a potentially hazardous lab, details of which have been left open in a residential and mixed-use neighborhood. This also means more 9-to-5 commuters, ride shares and traffic, a dangerously placed loading dock, and vacancy at night, again in a residential community. These are not safety improvements. The wind and tunnel shadow impacts are also not improvements for us. The green space that Mark demonstrated on top of the loading dock, that is not publicly accessible, nor is it an improvement. So I just want to call that out and make sure that that is clear, that that is not ground level. I believe that all of these factors will significantly deteriorate quality of life. The footprint of the building is a significant concern. For the next 3 to 5 years, we will lose half of Lincoln Street, a currently 2-lane street that pours traffic into the city from I-93 north. That becomes 1 lane just to stage this structure. We lose more than 25 parking spaces. We lose public spaces that become private. Public realm that Oxford will commandeer to with no return to the neighborhood so that they can build this project leveraging the public space. I think this is bad for the Leather District. I think it's bad for Chinatown and bad for Boston, so I urge you to please vote against this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Lawrence Chan, you can unmute yourself.
Yes, thank you. I'm afraid my statement is going to repeat a lot of what Megan has said, but my name is Larry Chan. I moved to Lincoln Street directly across the street from the project 13 years ago. As an architect and urban designer for 45 years, I was attracted to the physical context of the neighborhood, its simpatico with and adjacency to Chinatown, and its proximity to the Rose Kennedy Greenway. I felt reassured by the mission of the Greenway guidelines to protect the open space network and, quote, reinforce the diverse character of existing neighborhoods touching the park, unquote. The proposed project does neither. The 225 feet height exceeds the 100 feet height limitation, and the widened bulk exceeds the site boundaries that will cast extra shadows on the Greenway and Chinatown Park, and eliminate direct sunlight all year to the sidewalk and buildings across Lincoln Street. The laboratory high-rise of this bulk and height currently does not exist in our neighborhood. Its location at the very center between the historic core of Chinatown and the historic Leather District will insert an imposing wedge separating the 2 low to medium scale neighborhoods previously excised by the Central Artery Highway, rather than help to knit the communities back together. Worst of all, the project will secure a precedent for future projects to also disregard the Greenway guidelines and transfer the physical character of 2 conjoined neighborhoods that the City of Boston's own website describes together as unique in culture and 19th century fabric. This conclusion has been reinforced by the BCDC to not approve this project due to the long-term negative threat to Chinatown and Leather District that outweighs the benefits that the proponents offer against the Greenway guidelines. I ask that you also reject this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Mike Redbird, you can unmute yourself.
Thank you. I'd also like to voice my opposition to this development. Again, the height and massing that the Greenway District Planning Study called out so recently. This building consumes more space than is even on the site. It's overweight, over height, and over dense for the site and for the neighborhood. There's an environmental impact, both to the greenway and by adding a very tall building in an otherwise low-rise residential neighborhood. It walls off Chinatown and the Leather District, and I agree with the BCDC that the building will, in fact, create a wall between these two historic neighborhoods that are both densely populated. This type of development would never even be considered in the North End, the Back Bay, or the South End. It should not be considered in Chinatown or the Leather District either. The mitigation that the developer has proposed has slowly crept along, but I agree with the BCDC that the mitigation offered by the project is just insufficient. And frankly, meeting after meeting with the developer, they failed to actually listen to the neighborhood's concerns, just continuing to push small improvement after small improvement. And then finally, the use in this neighborhood is simply inappropriate. Its use as a lab space, purely commercial, in a densely residential and mixed-use neighborhood, in a moment where the mayor has called for improved residential stock downtown, it's a complete mismatch for where this neighborhood has been in the past and where we want it to go in the future. From the very first meeting years ago, the neighborhood has tried to push residential and mixed use, and the developer has staunchly refused to entertain that feedback. Then lastly, the precedent here is extremely dangerous, allowing developers to ignore zoning guidelines in historical districts that have been omitted from other master planning processes. Sets a dangerous precedent for the Leather District to be consumed by lab space in what has previously been a historic residential neighborhood. I'm fundamentally pro-build and pro-business, but not for this project. Thank you.
Thank you. David Seeley, you can unmute yourself.
Hi, thank you, Newport and Keenan Ryan for outlining the Greenway District Planning Study Guidelines. I'm a 35-year resident of the Leather District and an architect. My neighborhood deserves preservation of its character, quality, and cohesion. As a member of the Mayor's Central Artery Completion Task Force, I was community co-chair for the design of Chinatown Park, which will be adversely affected by this proposal. I ask that you do not approve this project. The abutting historic neighborhoods cannot withstand the economic pressure exerted by excessive zoning variance and could ultimately be destroyed by them. The proposed mitigation is inadequate by contrast and will not significantly abate the displacement of Chinatown residents being driven out by redevelopment. The BCDC is tasked with evaluating the design suitability of development proposals for the BPDA, and they voted unanimously not to approve this project. In the 2 weeks since that date, I hope you've had the opportunity to hear the unified comments of the commissioners, which agree on excessive height and bulk and division of the Chinatown and Leather District neighborhoods. Chair Andrea Lear said, and I quote, "In the long-term view of the city, the division of the two neighborhoods, the Leather District and Chinatown, is greater than the benefits that will accrue. It is the difficult decision for us. We don't come to it often, but for myself, I do feel that this is not a good proposal for the overall interest of the city on this site." Jonathan Evans said, "We're compromising an existing public realm asset with shadow impacts from this potential development. The bulk is troublesome here." Deneen Crosby said, "This makes a vertical wall between two districts that also affects the feeling of the place, which is very much a public realm issue." David Hassin says, "An expression of what the building shouldn't be, wrapped in glass as if it might disappear." Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Christopher Becky, you can unmute yourself.
Thank you. My name is Chris Becky, and I live with my two children in the Leather District. I have lived here for 25 years. I am a member of the IAG for this project, and I urge the commission. I urge you to reject this. There are several reasons for my opposition to the project. Mayor Wu ran for office with a plan to change the development process in Boston. The mayor's platform stated, "Without comprehensive planning and responsive zoning, Boston's development decisions are based on special approvals and exceptions after a complex and opaque public process." If approved, this project will be Exhibit A for, quote, special approvals and exceptions. This site is zoned for a maximum height of 100, but Oxford is proposing to build to a height of 221. Thus, they are not looking for a reasonable exception, but are instead asking to flout the law on a massive level. In effect, they are asking the board to let them drive 110 miles per hour in a 55 mile per hour zone. The scale of the building is completely out of proportion to the rest of our low-rise mixed-use neighborhood. This was confirmed by the BCDC that voted 7-0 against this project. The comments of the commissioners were extremely critical of its scale, describing it as, quote, presenting a giant wall between two historic neighborhoods, close quote. The BPDA's own Greenway planning study for this specific location states development here should align with the 80 to 100 foot heights of the existing leather district fabric and should reinforce the existing character and scale of this neighborhood. If this project can be approved when it blatantly violates the zoning code, blatantly violates the comprehensive planning done by the BPDA itself, and when it was voted down 7-0 by the BCDC, it will send a message that anything goes. Development is still based on special approvals and exceptions. That would be a bad message to send. I request that you reject this proposal or that you table it and request another iteration that is more consistent with the Greenway planning study. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, sir. Christopher Colbert, you can unmute yourself.
Hi, everybody. Thank you for all your efforts today and prior to today and in the future in terms of trying to make Boston a more accessible, equitable, dynamic, and modern city. I'm the contrarian. I think I represent a number of people in the Leather District that are in support of this project. I've lived here for 15 years. I, like Chris Becky, live right across the street from 125 Lincoln. 5 years ago, I saw the neighborhood, actually more than 5 years ago, I saw the neighborhood struggling on a number of different fronts. I reached out to some people within the city, had conversations on how we could make material improvements in the way of the Leather District. It was explained to me by more than one person that it wasn't likely to happen, and that if we wanted to improve our neighborhood, it had to come from residents and property owners in collaboration with developers. It was also explained to me that we're the only neighborhood in the downtown area that was excluded from the city's downtown master planning process, a fact that was confirmed 2 weeks ago and that I still don't really quite understand. Those two truths leave the Leather District as an island of sorts, disconnected from resources and disconnected from a chance to make our neighborhood a better place to live, to work, and to visit. And when Oxford bought 125 Lincoln several years ago, several of us in the neighborhood saw it as an opportunity to create a connection, to collaborate in the short and long term with them to improve the neighborhood. And while, yes, we agree that the height and density then and even now may not be ideal, we also see the opportunity to compromise in order to get the improvements that we need. And they did compromise. Their work over the last 3 years to meet our community in the middle was, I believe, a good faith effort to both get the project done and provide important givebacks to Chinatown, to the Leather District, and to the city as a whole. Oxford has proven themselves to be a good listener, a creative problem solver, and most importantly, a great neighbor. And we are truly excited for what this project and their ongoing involvement will do for our extended community. So we support the project with the qualifiers that the mitigation and public realm benefits be prioritized against the specific needs of the community that were recently revealed in a survey done this summer. So we are in support. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Asian Community Corporation, you can unmute yourself.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Great, thank you. Madam Chair and BPDA Board, my name is Angie Liu. I am the Executive Director of the Asian Community Development Corporation. I would like to go on the record to be in support of this project by Oxford. When Oxford initially filed plans with the city a few years ago, our main concerns have been the displacement of the existing businesses and cultural anchors such as Halo Moon and C-Mart, as well as a proposal for a single-use building without affordable housing or community retail space. However, since several years ago, Oxford has made numerous significant proposal changes to address these concerns in response to community feedback. The result is a mixed-use building with a much more improved public realm that will provide substantial benefits. On community retail space, as you heard, Oxford is committed to building out an 11,000 square feet ground floor retail space at Lincoln Street, prioritizing BIPOC and immigrant-owned tenants through creation of a retail advisory committee with Chinatown representation. The space will be designed to house large banquet space, preserving a familiar use at the site for Chinatown members. Oxford has also demonstrated efforts to preserve Halo Moon and CMAR by providing relocation and transition funds and support. On affordable housing, we are excited to collaborate with Oxford to create 50 to 60 affordable housing at 79 Essex Street. I do want to point out, it is incredibly difficult to find sites to place affordable housing in Chinatown. So we very much support this proposal that transfers a building to Chinatown versus just writing a check to be put into affordable housing funds. We are excited to see a strong commitment to neighborhoods and meaningful investments in affordable housing. For these reasons, we fully support the 125 Lincoln Street project. Thank you.
Thank you. Junction Kuo, you can unmute yourself. Go ahead, you're unmuted.
Sorry about that. Hi, everyone. I'm Jung Shen. I'm a Chinatown resident. Have been here for my entire life, pushing on 22 years now. I've moved a couple of times around the neighborhood, but luckily I've been able to settle into affordable housing for around the last 10 years or so. And I can't speak as to the benefits that that's been able to bring to me and my family. So just because of that, and listening to the proposed affordable housing development over on Essex Street, I find that I most definitely have to support this project, just because with the current backlog in affordable housing wait lists, any possible construction of housing in Chinatown should be like a priority. And I don't mean to downplay the fears of my letter district neighbors who have probably should have a larger voice in saying this than me, but I'm in support of the project, that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Libya Marie Rivera, you can unmute yourself.
Hi, I'll be short. I live in 116 Lincoln Street. I live right in front of the building we are talking about. I firmly oppose the project. I urge you to vote against it. And also, I echo what my neighbors said, all those that oppose the project. And I don't think that Oxford has been listening to us. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you. Tyler Simons, you can unmute yourself.
Hi, thank you. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, I can.
Great. So the presenters tonight had mentioned that Boston has a housing crisis. We all know this. We also have a transportation crisis. It's a nightmare getting around Boston. We all know this. It's dangerous, it's loud. I think the last thing we need is more research and development space that encourages people to, or enables people to bring their personal motor vehicles into the city. We need to be, I'm curious, if I have a question for the group, which is how much parking is going to be provided at this site compared to the previous garage. I also have a question about housing. 40 to 60 seems like a big range. And I don't want to see anything less than 60 units of housing here on this site. So I wonder if we can be guaranteed that there will be no less than 60 housing units here. So at this time, I'm deeply disturbed by the scope of this project and the plans here. So I hope the board will take my concerns seriously, and I know that others want to see Boston become a car light or car-free city in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you. Minor Perez, you can unmute yourself.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Madam Chair, members of the board, Minor Perez representing the Carpenters Union. On behalf of hundreds of union carpenters that live and work throughout the city of Boston, I want to go on record in strong support of this project. I also want to give a quick shout out to the proponent. This project has been under review for a long time. We all know that Boston is just become the third most expensive city to rent in the country. That says a lot. And a lot has to do for the shortest stock of housing, as echoing the comments of Chief Dillon. Chinatown needs these units more than ever, as many neighborhoods in the city do. Because of that and other reasons, we are in strong support of this project, supporting the community of Chinatown.
Thank you, Minor. Dolores Bugdanian, you can unmute yourself.
Yes, hi, good evening, Madam Chair and members of the board. I'm here on another matter on the board's agenda, but listening to the project, I'd like to urge the board to reject it as well for all the very convincing and articulate reasons that have been presented to do so, not least of which is the BCDC's recommendation to reject the project. You know, the Central Artery Project was, the mitigation for the Central Artery Project was the creation of the Greenway. And because the Central Artery Project had such a huge impact on the city and the region. And for anything to detract from the health and accessibility and open space nature and that the Greenway was intended to provide to the city and to the entire region would be truly unfortunate. There was a maximum height limit set before this project was ever conceived. To suggest that a project that was more than triple the height is ridiculous, and to say, oh, well, now it's less, I think does not go anywhere near far enough. And certainly the recited project benefits, although sound great, do not justify causing permanent and detrimental impact on the Greenway. I'd also like to say that I'm certainly very disturbed that yet another lab use is being proposed in the city. This is a use that has run amok. And I'd also be curious to know the number of employees that are expected to live, to come to this building, and whether or not it would house any significant percentage of the units that are to be built in this new project. And if I were a person moving in, I don't know that I'd like to be living next to a bio-level 2 lab. Thank you for the opportunity to offer my thoughts.
Thank you, ma'am. Michael Burns, you can unmute yourself.
Good evening, all. Madam Secretary, Madam Chair Rojas, Director Jemison, and all the BPDA board members. And I'd be remiss if I didn't thank Ms. Monami and your staff for all the hard work you do to facilitate all these meetings. And lastly, to Mr. McGowan and his team for the presentation. For the record, my name is Michael Burns. I'm a council representative for the Northeast Regional Council of Sheet Metal Workers. I represent over 2,000 women and men who live and work in the Boston metropolitan region and under the greater umbrella of the Boston building trades. I'd just like to thank the Oxford Group to their commitment to working with not only the city and the mayor's office on some of the housing issues. There's a crisis for us right now in the city, but also for working with the Boston Building Trades unions to work with us to help provide careers. I say careers because they're not jobs, they're careers to city residents that are women, city residents of color who may not be college bound, and provide them with bona fide apprenticeship programs in the trades that will provide health care, retirement plans, pensions, to help raise blue-collar families in the city. We do recognize change is hard sometimes, but if we are to be the diverse, equitable, inclusive city leading city that we want to be, I think we need to support this project. So I rise tonight on behalf of my membership to support this project wholeheartedly. Thank you.
Thank you. Allie M., you can unmute yourself.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Allie. I'm a resident of Chinatown, and I've been here for several years. A few years ago, me and my child were displaced through a no-fault eviction, and that left us in a family shelter for about a year before finally obtaining affordable housing here in Chinatown. And that is actually ideal. While we were living in the family shelter, I learned that many families who have been priced out of Boston but still have jobs or schools or other obligations and anchors that lead them here end up spending more than a year or several years living in communal family shelters. For that reason, I strongly approve and encourage the board to approve this proposal. I am aware that ACDC was initially against this, but after working with the ACDC, they now also approve of this proposal because the retail space being offered will be affordable retail space, and it will be geared towards offering retail space towards, I guess, business owners that are Black, Indigenous, people of color. And recently, we have had a lot of losses of companies and restaurants here in Chinatown that have been here with us for sometimes over 15 years due to not being able to afford space in the community anymore. I do understand that there are a lot of concerns about the aesthetic of the community with the tower being so large, but between the affordable housing and the retail space going to vulnerable populations, I think that it's worth it. Thank you.
Thank you. Gary Walker, you can unmute yourself.
Yes, Madam Chair, members of the board, Madam Secretary, Director Jemison, Gary Walker, electricians, and technicians, Local 103. I'd like to speak in strong support, and I'd like to also thank Oxford Properties for continuing to invest in our city and create the jobs that they're creating. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Valentine Oldham, you can unmute yourself.
Hi, I am Valentine Oldham. I have been a resident of the Leather District for more than a decade. I oppose this project because of its height and mass. Oxford's building, which is now 221 feet in height, wildly exceeds the 100-foot height limit, which was established in part because anything higher would be in direct conflict with the two adjacent historic neighborhoods. Oxford has been courting us in the city with hopes of buying its way out of zoning regulations. The solution to Boston's housing problem should not in any way be tied to allowing irresponsible, irreversible development. By virtually every professional analysis, including the BPDA and those on the Greenway Planning Commission who had a fiduciary responsibility to the city, this building is inappropriately scaled for this area of the city. South Station is one of the key doorsteps of our city, and the city's investment in this neighborhood should reflect that. We should not need to rely on developers to improve adjacent parks and pedestrian conditions. I support affordable housing. I would love to see a 100-foot tall building on that site devoted partially or even entirely to affordable housing. I'm glad to hear trade unions on the call, and I look forward to seeing their teams build something that falls within the 100-foot height recommendation. But something that is 120% larger than zoning allows will irreversibly negatively affect both Chinatown and the Leather District. 9 to 5 staffers in a commercial building will not contribute to the 24-hour vibrancy our mayor aims for, It will leave our precious shared open space literally in the dark. Please don't sell out our neighborhoods in exchange for what is effectively corporate bribery.
Does that complete your comments?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Tom Edwards, you can unmute yourself.
Hi, good evening. I appreciate the time to talk. My wife and I are a 15-year resident in the Leather District at 111 Beach. We're extremely grateful to Oxford and their continued investment in our neighborhood and now in Chinatown as well. I want to just speak to a few points that I'm listening to now, but related to the height and the bulk and the wall, this perception, it seems the best way to encourage really a safe connection between our two neighborhoods is really at the ground level, eye to eye. Safe street crossings, enhanced green spaces, new retail that both neighborhoods can share. That's how you bring the neighborhoods together. I don't know if the last time you walked through the Leather District or the Chinatown, were you able to see over any of those buildings? It's really about bringing people together at the street level and at the retail level. And I really think that this project accomplishes that on all fronts. Not everybody's going to agree on every aspect of every project, but I'm extremely grateful to Oxford to bringing their money to our neighborhood. I also want to just say that to some degree, all the negative aspects that I keep hearing just in the former comments, you know, I'm only hearing, or I don't hear any factual negative impacts, just perceived ones. It just seems like a fear of progress. But on the other hand, all the benefits that have been outlined by Mark and Oxford are very clear and very obvious and very beneficial to the Leather District. So I really hope that the board will approve this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Joanne Bloom, you can unmute yourself.
Hi, I have lived in the Leather District for over 22 years, and when I moved here, it was at the end of the Big Dig and the construction of the Greenway. The expressway had cut neighborhoods off from each other. We had a vision of how all this new construction would change that. Some of that vision has been realized. The Greenway, with its openness, sun, and plantings, have made downtown Boston more vibrant. It's also helped knit neighborhoods like Chinatown and the Leather District closer together. But 3.5 years ago, a developer came along and proposed to build a massive office tower in the Leather District. The proposed building is totally inconsistent with the scale of the buildings in Chinatown and the Leather District. Oxford rejected suggestions from the community to include residential units in its building, or to even follow the current zoning set out by the Greenway Planning Study. Yes, Oxford has cut the building height some, though it's still over 2 times taller than what's allowed, but it has grown in mass during that time. Yes, there will be wider sidewalks and affordable housing blocks away. This mitigation, however, pales in comparison with what we will be left with, a huge now lab building. That creates a wall between Chinatown and the Leather District, something that had been done away with by the Big Dig and the Greenway. Oxford's now proposing to recreate. Not one of the members of the Boston Design Commission, your advisory board, voted in support of Oxford's proposal, in part because of the negative long-term impact this building would have on Chinatown and the Leather District. I urge you to follow the recommendation of the Design Commission and reject this proposal. I do have one final question, however, is given that you have just tonight proposed developing guidelines for lab buildings, how does this fit in with your potential approval of this project? Shouldn't
Thank you, Joanne. Thank you, Joanne, so much for your comments. We have to keep to time, but your point is taken.
Catherine Friedman, you can unmute you can unmute yourself.
Good evening. I'm an architect who lives in the Leather District and I'm on the IAG. I've sat in many meetings since 2019 and have watched the evolution of this project. It went from being a 340-foot tall office tower, which was deemed inappropriate in the BPDA's scoping determination, to the 221-foot tall life sciences building, which sits before you now. From the start, the BPDA, the BCDC, and many in the community pointed out the inconsistency in building height and massing with the Greenway District planning guidelines, which stipulate a maximum height of 100 feet.
Catherine, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but could you slow down for the interpreters, please?
Sorry.
Thank you.
The developer is asking for a 100% increase. From the start, community members have asked for affordable housing, not life sciences, on site, but the developer clearly stated we don't do housing. So what we're left with is an oversized building at 125 Lincoln Street with a use that this board just elected to further investigate, and affordable housing at a different location. If this project gets approved, it won't be due to the merits of the 125 Lincoln Street building. The height and massing are undeniably at odds with the recommendations designed to protect the Greenway and promote a continuous urban fabric. And it won't be because the developer is listening to the abutting communities or bringing a needed or desired use to the site. It will be because Oxford Properties is attempting to buy its way out of zoning regulations via affordable housing. The same zoning regulations the BPDA invested heavily to craft just 9 years before this project was proposed, and the same zoning regulations that are intended to protect the public realm. So what's at stake here is the integrity of the BPDA, the zoning code, and the Article 80 process. That's what you're voting on. A vote to oppose 125 Lincoln Street affirms the integrity and legitimacy of the BPDA and the urban planning professionals who compose it. A vote to oppose 125 Lincoln Street ensures that the underserved communities won't be left in the shadow of Oxford and other corporations buying their way out of following the laws that were designed to protect the future, the equity, affordability, resiliency, and vibrancy of this city.
Does that conclude your comments?
Yes.
Thank you. Paul Simonian, you can unmute yourself.
Hi, thank you for hearing my comments, and I would like to go on record in I'm strongly for this building, and I've been listening to some of the comments that have been made so far, and you know, I hear a lot said about walls. I think that having a building that is dilapidated, serving no purpose at this point, the parking spaces aren't used, so any talk of lost parking spaces doesn't really add up for me. But having a building like that is a wall. It really prevents people from even wanting to walk in that direction because of the type of uses that ultimately fall into that area, namely the drug use and crime. So that, for me, I feel like having Oxford step into this, they've listened to us. They've brought this thing down from 340 to 158 feet. They are doing more in terms of ground floor retail and really activating that. They're really creating a corridor, as Tom Edwards mentioned. They're creating an area where people can walk and feel safe between the Leather District and Chinatown. So I feel like all these things that they're bringing to our neighborhood are positives. We are in dire need of some of this types of things that they're bringing and are promising with this project. And I would like to strongly urge the board to approve this, not to mention the affordable housing that it brings. We've heard some folks that really benefit from that sort of thing speak here. And while the comments from the very articulate folks with backgrounds in architecture are compelling, I think when I hear people talk about how their families have been saved by this sort of housing, it makes a lot of sense. So I'm absolutely for this, and I implore you to approve this very important project that will transform our neighborhood, probably the most significant transformation in 10 years. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Gina Chang, you can unmute yourself.
Thank you. I'm a member of the IG, and I'm speaking to express my support for this project. Oxford really has undertaken a really robust community process. It's been so long. It's been a arduous and really laborious process. And I do want to commend Oxford for drastically changing the initial project that they submitted. And I want to echo some of what my neighbors have said in terms of Halo Moon and the existing building being a bridge. And I want to emphasize it's not the aesthetic, it's not the height, it's the fact that there was a shared gathering space of Halo Moon that made it the bridge. And what heartens me about this next proposal, despite the height, is the fact that there is significant affordable retail space specifically dedicated for something that could be a banquet size, which is really hard to come by in Chinatown. And so this potential of a new gathering space while also preserving Halo Moon at another location feels like a win for Chinatown businesses. For affordable housing, 79 Essex Street, the community had already fought off a hotel development on that project. And it's a historic property, and I don't want it to be understated how hard it is to come by affordable housing or to be able to afford a building like that, let alone turn it into affordable housing. The fact that this project is not required to put housing as a commercial development, but that it does so sets a really strong precedent for R&D and life sciences. There was a comment about how life sciences is booming and there's like too much of it in the city. I want to point to this project as what developers should be doing, where if they are building commercial developments in life sciences or R&D, really tackling meaningfully the affordable housing crisis, going beyond linkage fees. Thank you.
Thank you. Stephen Kowalski, you can unmute yourself.
Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. As a resident of the Leather District for 8 years, I have been following this project very closely and have participated in every public meeting to date. I am impacted by this project as the south side of my home will be facing the proposed building, and I will be affected by shadows and obstructed current views of Chinatown. This vacant, deteriorating parcel is in much need of development. Its current condition is negatively impacting the neighborhood in many ways. Some are safety related. As a result, I became involved in this project with a complete open mind. At first, I was opposed to the size and scope, but over time, I have been very happy with the height and massing reduction and the many proposed neighborhood improvements put forth as a result of years of meetings and input and discussions. I strongly feel the Oxford team has done a great job finding and proposing creative and impactful ways to make the Leather District a better neighborhood. Many residents, including myself, feel we have reached a favorable compromise. I fully support this project and will continue to be involved. I urge the BPDA to approve this project as proposed. Lastly, I am disabled. I'm battling ALS and it is a progressive disease. Any and all improvements to sidewalks, accessible open space, and crosswalks are very important to me and others with mobility issues. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Greg Shomo, you can unmute yourself.
Thank you very much. Sorry about that. My name is Greg Shomo, and I live on Lincoln Street across from the proposed site. I'd like to shine some light on a different aspect of the project and point out that residents who are against this building are not pro-abandoned parking lot. Nobody wants to see that here any more than anywhere else in the city. We want to see the city vibrant, lively, and safe. That does not mean that this is the right building for the site, though. And I think glossing over the Planning Commission's absolute and unanimous refusal to back this project is a big mistake. Oxford has kind of been responsible for this building being abandoned right now. In many respects, they could have kept the local tenants on until a project had been agreed upon, but that was not the path that they chose. And so the fact that this parking structure is as is today, I think is partially on them. Additionally, I'd like to emphasize that Oxford has not been an honest actor. Yes, we've had hundreds of meetings, it seems like, over many, many hours, but every single meeting was focused on the size and the mass of the building. That was the main problem that everybody in the community had with it, and still does today. There are some people who say, that's okay, we're getting enough back for it, but not everybody believes that. And everybody knows that the initial project was just ridiculous in size and scale. Everybody knew that, and that's just a fact. I'd like to also point out that Oxford knew the zoning regulations before they purchased the property, and that they thought that they could buy their way through this with extensive mitigations, the likes of which I've not seen before. This is not due to Oxford's community involvement, but it's a business decision. And the fact that the affordable housing is so significant in scale is due to the scale of the crime against Boston that they're asking to commit. I ask you to vote no on this. I think it's a terrible project, sets a terrible precedent for the city, and is just going to be a giant eyesore in our neighborhood for years to come. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Lawrence Rosenblum, you can unmute yourself.
Yes, thank you. I'm Larry Rosenblum, a longtime resident of the Leather District, over 40 years. I had prepared some comments for this meeting other than what I'm going to say now, because I think this is more important. Earlier in this meeting, maybe around 4 o'clock, I heard a presentation by the BPDA about a study that's being done to develop guidelines for the siting, design, and regulation of bioscience laboratories in Boston. I was astonished to hear this because to me it's a recognition that the BPDA understands that this is a very special type of building and that it requires a level of review and regulation over and above the normal planning procedures that we have. And here we are now in the very same meeting discussing a proposal for a bioscience building in Leather District, a building whose size, design, location, and use have been seriously questioned, not only by the community, but your own advisors, the BCDC. You know, if for no other reason than to protect the credibility of this planning agency and very underlying concept behind planning, I think this project should be tabled until these guidelines and regulations are complete and adopted. If there's merit to the project, it will survive the scrutiny. If not, we will have made a big mistake. And it's not only Chinatown and the Leather District that will have to live with it. It's the entire city and for a long time. Thank you.
Thank you. Jacqueline Church, you can unmute yourself.
Hello, thank you. Sorry to join late, and I hope that my comments are not duplicative. I'm a 20-year resident of the Chinatown Leather District neighborhood. I have been opposed to this project from the start. The disregard that Oxford showed for the 20-year planning documents that the city agencies have worked on, that the neighborhood has worked on, set the tone for their relationship with us, and we have been to countless meetings, as many people have said. I want to point out something that I think many people have not pointed out, which is when you frame the issue as affordable housing versus development or jobs versus development, it's the wrong framing of the issue. The issue is not whether we want affordable housing or need it. Of course we do. The issue is not that we are in support of or not in support of jobs for sheet metal workers and so forth. Of course we're in support of jobs. The issue is what this neighborhood has continually been asked to bear in terms of negative impacts on our health. And the local BC College research that showed 15,000 pediatric asthma cases and 3,000 deaths due to air pollution, this neighborhood had to accept the rerouting of 93 right down the middle of our neighborhood. And those air pollution impacts affect us. This development is going to bring more cars and more traffic into the neighborhood. Affordable housing is wonderful. I'm glad that they're talking about building some of that, but it's not a question of whether affordable housing is good or needed or not. Of course it is good, of course it's needed. The problem is that this development does not meet that need. and this development does not serve the neighborhood. And Chinatown and the Leather District have been forced to bear the brunt of eminent domain and rerouting of highways, and historically not had a voice. So I'm opposed.
Thank you. Chris Cook, you can unmute yourself.
Hi, Madam Secretary. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you.
My name is Chris Cook. I'm the Executive Director of the Rose Kennedy Greenway Conservancy. As many in this call have testified, the Rose Kennedy Greenway serves to connect people and neighborhoods to each other and Boston back to its waterfront through ecological horticulture, public art, and diverse programming. I just want to say thank you. I'm incredibly grateful to the Boston Planning and Development Agency staff, especially Nupar Manani, and all of her hard work on this project. At every step, the Greenway has been prioritized by both IAG community members and the Boston Planning and Development Agency staff. The consideration that's gone into it has resulted in the public realm proposed benefits. If the project moves forward, we look forward to partnering with the community, with the Boston Planning and Development Agency, and with the developer on the realization of those public realm benefits. Regardless of whether or not this project moves forward, we look to further partnering with the community on potential proposals to expand the benefits of the Greenway at locations like Leather District Park or on Beach Street. Thank you very much for your time tonight. And again, thank you very much for the thoughtful process that the Boston Planning and Development Agency has conducted.
Thank you. Is there anybody else who would like to testify about this project? Please raise your virtual hand. Anybody else?
Hand on the panelist. I don't know if that's an error.
Don, it must be. Don Weiss, you have your hand up. I don't think you actually want to testify.
I do, if that's possible.
Oh.
I think I'm still logged in as a panelist.
Yes, go ahead.
Thanks so much. So my name's Don Weiss. I co-founded a business in the Leather District about 15 years ago. I've been delighted to be a part of the neighborhood throughout my working career for well into my second decade at this point. I just want to comment that we in Boston in 2022, in looking at a project like this, are always weighing positives and negatives. There are obviously immense positives to this proposal. Of course, there are negatives. And one thing that strikes me as we look at our city is it is easy to forget that Boston used to struggle with the challenges of urban failure. For 3 decades, the 1960s, 1970s, 1980s, the city lost an average of almost 10,000 residents a year, just massive depopulation. Boston went down from 800,000 people to about 550,000 people. Tax revenues cratered, very hard to keep an urban school district going with those kinds of problems. Finally, the population loss stopped. People began coming in numbers back into the city. Jobs began returning. And today we have the problems of success. And one of the problems of success is we need to site new locations for jobs. We need new places for investment in the city. Given the choice, we would take the challenges of success over the challenges of urban failure. When we look at a proposal like this, there really are not many large-scale development sites left in the center of Boston. We don't have parking lots like Cleveland, Williamstown, lots of cities where there are many places to go. To create the jobs of the future, we have relatively few locations. This one is served by traffic. It creates a lot of positive impacts through the neighborhood. And I would just encourage the board to consider the fact that although there are trade-offs here, there are enormous benefits from a project like this. And this is really one of the best remaining sites in Boston for a proposal like this in the core of the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Karen Diane Johnson, you can unmute yourself. Karen, you can unmute yourself.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Yep, you're good.
Okay, I have to hold this space bar down, sorry. I just want to comment on a few of the previous observations. I'll begin by saying that I'm in favor of the project. I started off not being in favor of the project. This is a compromise. And the comments about the responsibility of the city to provide us with lighting and sidewalks and all these other things that, that Oxford is stepping in to do, I agree it's not fair, but this is life. We have a dilapidated, obsolete garage and an opportunity to move that into something that is an income-producing property that is going to produce property taxes, jobs, affordable housing. It comes at a price. I think that what we're looking at here is a compromise. I don't think that anybody in support of this project is 100% happy about it, and nor is Oxford 100% happy about their mitigation or the height and massing reductions. But I think it's a good balance. And I hope that the BPDA looks at the bigger picture and looks at the community benefits and looks at the economic revitalization of the Leather District. As a homeowner, I have seen our property values lag compared to other neighborhoods. I'd like to see that change. I don't say this is a panacea, but it's a start. Don't let perfect be the enemy of good.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I believe this concludes the public portion of testimony. I think we can move on.
Thank you very much, and thank you all for participating. Newport, do we have anything that needs to be read into the record, any written testimony?
Yes, Madam Chair, we actually have quite a few letters. So I'm going to begin, and then at some point I will swap out with my colleague Casey, who will sort of help me get through the stack that I have in front of me.
Great.
So the first letter here is from Ahmed Idris. He says, I'm writing in support of the project. Our office is located at 132 Lincoln Street, and although the project will be disruptive for a couple of years, the net result will more than make up for our temporary inconvenience. We appreciate that the developers have engaged the community and listened and adapted the design to be more suitable for the area. We are also hopeful that the city will work with them to improve the streetscape on Lincoln Street, which is a gateway into the downtown area. Thank you, Ahmed Idris. The next letter is from Albert Lee Young, who is the proprietor at Hela Moon. He says, Dear BPDA board members, as a longtime business owner in Chinatown and former tenant at 125 Lincoln Street, I write in support of Oxford Properties' development of 125 Lincoln. Throughout the process, Oxford was open and transparent about their plans for the site, and they worked closely with me to ensure that Hela Moon could continue to operate in the community for as long as possible. They were also very supportive of my business throughout the economic downturn caused by COVID-19 that hit Chinatown businesses especially hard. Further, supporting Hela Moon, Oxford has been a partner to help with the ultimate transition of the business. They supported the completion of construction and eventual reopening of the business in Chinatown at 83 Essex Street. Finally, with the promise and commitment to help to create affordable housing and additional neighborhood retail immediately next to my business at 79 Essex Street in Chinatown, I urge the city to move this project forward. Thank you, Albert Leon. The next letter is from Bill Doyle. Bill says, Dear BPDA Board, I am a resident of the Leather District writing to express my heartfelt opposition to the Oxford plan for 125 Lincoln Street. Neighborhoods like ours and Chinatown are few and far between in Boston. Well-scaled historic districts with consistent character. Heck, there are far and few between in the US. We don't have enough of them left to let them be spoiled. I've been convinced by almost universal opinion of objective design professionals, the BCDC and others, that this project is still far too large. Nearly all agree that the height and width remain 25 to 50% larger than what would be an appropriate urban planning response to this site. The scale is a mistake which could not be undone for decades or more. Yes, the site needs a new building, but even as a neighbor, I feel that having no improvement for some more time is better than an irreparable mistake that will remain for significantly more time. Thank you for considering opinions from concerned citizens like me. Sincerely, William Doyle. The next letter I have is from Bill Zimmerman. Bill says, "Dear members of the board, I am a Leather District resident and I oppose the lab tower proposed for 125 Lincoln Street. For many reasons, most significantly the following. The final design exceeds the Greenway District planning study height and density limit by 100% and will result in adverse shadow impacts on the Greenway and abutting neighborhoods. Net new shadows cast on the Greenway will limit access to sunlight and will negatively affect park horticulture. I agree with BCDC that the building will create a wall between the Leather District and Chinatown. The scale and massing of the building is just too large. I agree with the BCDC that the mitigation offered by the project is insufficient compensation for the harm that will be caused to the public realm and the abutting neighborhoods. Sound, shadow, environmental pollution will be significantly increased with an adverse effect to overall quality of life in the abutting neighborhoods. I have concerns about lab buildings in all residential districts in the city and would much prefer a residential use. Please remember that the Leather District is now predominantly residential. The proposal sets a precedent for other developers to ignore zoning guidelines which are in place to protect the public realm. Sincerely, William Zimmerman, 150 Lincoln Street." The next letter is from Brian Yu. Brian says, "Hello, Chief Jemison and team. I hope this email finds all of you well. On behalf of Chinatown Main Streets, I reaffirm our continued support to Oxford Properties for their proposal at 125 Lincoln Street. After 3 years of review and significant reductions in height and density, it is time to move forward with this transformational project. The project will replace a now closed open-air parking garage with a mixed-use life sciences building that will include meaningful ground floor space, including a new banquet hall, one of many commitments made after hearing feedback from the community. We look forward to remaining involved to ensure that the building is located and is local and community-based. The project will also help to create 40 to 50 affordable housing units at 79 Essex Street. The importance of these affordable housing units on the edge of Chinatown cannot be overstated, as it represents a unique opportunity to revitalize the street. 125 Lincoln will also provide numerous public realm and open space improvements to the site and along Beach Street. The additional chance for the city and MassDOT to pursue a plan to deck over the abutting highway ramp and create even more open space is also welcome. We urge the BPDA to approve this project at the November board meeting to begin delivering its many benefits to Chinatown, the Leather District, and downtown communities. Best, Brian Yu, Chinatown Main Streets." The next letter is from Catherine Chan. Catherine says, "I am a Leather District resident and I am writing in opposition to the lab tower proposed for 125 Lincoln Street for the following reasons. The design is twice the maximum height stipulated in the Greenway planning study. The building project sets a precedent for developers to ignore zoning guidelines. The overheight building will adversely result in shadows on the Greenway, Chinatown Park, and neighborhood buildings. The BCDC voted to reject the proposal. The height and mass of the building will create a wall between Leather District and Chinatown. The Greenway reconnected some of Boston's most historic, vibrant neighborhoods, and this is in the opposite spirit. The building will be difficult to repurpose if lab use is no longer desirable. It does not respect or complement the scale or use of the abutting neighborhoods. The mitigation offered by the project is insufficient for the harm that it will cause to the public realm and the abutting neighborhoods. Sincerely, Catherine Chan." The next letter is from Debbie Ho, Executive Director of Chinatown Main Streets, and it is very much identical to the letter that I just read a minute ago, so I'm going to skip past it and move on. The next letter is from Colby Brunt. Colby says, "Dear members of the board, I'm writing as a resident of the Leather District and voicing my opposition to the project proposed by Oxford Properties at 125 Lincoln Street. I am strongly opposed to this project due to the proposed size and use of the building, as this is in violation of well-established zoning regulations for my neighborhood. I currently live at 116 Lincoln Street with my husband and our children, ages 11 and 16. I have been a resident of the city of Boston since 2000, and I have lived in the Leather District since 2014. I am also a part owner of a law firm that is located in downtown Boston. I love our community and I love living and working in the city of Boston. With that said, my concerns with the proposed project are as follows. Zoning. The Boston Planning and Development Agency's Greenway Planning Study for the site at 125 Lincoln states that any property shall be 80 feet by right with a 100-foot maximum. The Oxford plan has reduced the original height of 370 feet, 4 times the maximum allowed under the zoning laws, to 225 feet, which is over 2 times what is allowed per the current zoning laws. While I commend the work of the Oxford planners, to allow this project to move forward as proposed would fly in the face of BPDA's own study, and it would be in violation of Article 44 of the zoning laws. Oxford was well aware of these restrictions when they bid and ultimately purchased the property at 125 Lincoln Street. As such, they should be held to these restrictions, as all residents are held to various restrictions by the city regarding use and improvement of our property, and Oxford should not be allowed to circumvent these laws for monetary purposes. Shadows and wind. The proposed building would create massive shadows over both the Greenway and the Leather District, and I will stop there. The next letter is from Daniel Pepper. Daniel says, I live at 150 Lincoln Street, Boston, MA 02111, and I believe that the proposed development of 125 Lincoln should not be allowed to exceed the Greenway study limit of 100 feet. That's it. The next letter is from Kathleen Kennedy. Kathleen says, hello, I'm writing in support of Oxford Properties' development plans for 125 Lincoln Street. As a property owner in the Leather District, I see this as a very important step forward for the neighborhood. There are other precedents for height variance. Please approve this development. Thank you for your consideration. Best, Kathleen. The next letter is from Danny. Danny says, hi, we are owners of 134 Beach Street, Unit 3B in the Leather District. We won't make it to the meeting tonight, but wanted to make sure that we were able to share our thoughts. We are strongly in support of allowing Oxford Properties to build. Delaying it further will not only add to the homelessness issue in the area, which is not a benefit to anyone in the community. We are a family of 3 with a young child and 1 more coming this spring, and would like to see the Leather District transformed into a more children-friendly neighborhood, and we believe that greenlighting this project will do so. Thanks, Danny. The next letter is from Samuel Zigal. Samuel says, Dear BPDA Board, I hope this email finds you well. As a business owner in the Leather District, I'm writing in support of the proposed Oxford Properties 125 Lincoln Street development. The currently dilapidated garage is an eyesore in Blake, and Oxford's commitment to renewing the space and maintaining the character of our Chinatown downtown neighborhood outweighs any concerns about going beyond the 100-foot height limit. I hope you will vote in favor. Yours, Samuel. The next letter is from Nirav Desai. Nirav says, Dear Sir or Madam, we are a family that has been living in the Leather District since 2011. We rented, had a child, fell in love with the neighborhood, bought our place, raised our child, and started renovations on our dream home. Then we were informed of the 125 Lincoln Street project. We put our renovations on hold as it was quite apparent that our beautiful sun-soaked apartment was going to be enclosed by a massive concrete shadow. We have visualized how this project could improve the neighborhood and bring some vibrancy. However, we are convinced that the building will create a huge separation in the community flow from South Station to Chinatown. The ugly parking garage in the space has already demonstrated that building anything that separates the neighborhood will be bad for the community, bad for residents, and bad for business. We are now raising 2 kids in the neighborhood and want them to have their dream home. We want to get back to our renovation and live in the neighborhood for many years, and we strongly oppose the current proposal of Oxford Properties. Thank you for your consideration. Neerav Desai and Deepa Soni. The next letter is from Colleen Donahue. It says, hello. I may not be able to attend BPDA's meeting tonight, but wanted to make sure that my testimonial was included for agenda item number 35, 125 Lincoln Street, Leather District. My husband and I live at 86 South Street, and we have owned our condo for several years. I also work around the corner at State Street, so I have spent most of my time within this neighborhood. We love this community and have been supportive of the development projects at South Station, Hudson Group, etc. We have been supportive of responsible development in our community because it allows our neighborhood to thrive, continue to be an attractive place to live, work, raise a family, bring in tourists, dine, create, and socialize. We have been around for long enough to see that the benefits of these projects, to have seen the benefits of these projects in our community and those adjacent to us. It is for these reasons that I support Oxford's development plans to build above the 2010 Greenway Planning Study designated 100-foot height limit. This is a responsible compromise that would bring badly needed financial resources to our community for better sidewalks, streets, lighting, green space, air quality, retail, and restaurants. Thank you, Pauline. The next letter is from Jeff Martin. It says, to whom it may concern, I will be unable to attend tonight's meeting regarding Oxford's proposal for building on the abandoned garage at 125 Lincoln Street. As a resident of 108 Lincoln Street in Unit 5B, I would like to lend the support of the Martin family to the project and would vote to approve it with the plans as they are presented, with a 176-foot structure encompassing 320,000 square feet. Thank you, Jeff and Nikki Martin. The next letter is from Rahul Bansal. He says, I'm a resident of 150 Lincoln Street, Unit 6, 3,100 square feet. Since I will not be able to attend tomorrow's meeting, I wanted to express my support for the approval of the 125 Lincoln Street project. Despite the fact that this will block my city views, I do believe it is the right decision for the whole community to move forward with this development, as it will enhance our community and city in general. I have spoken to most of my residents in 150 Lincoln Street, and we are fully supportive of moving this project forward. It would be very nice if 125 Lincoln could allocate a preset number of paid parking spots for residents of 150 Lincoln, who will be greatly affected by the construction for several years. Thanks, Rahul. The next letter is from Marty Jones. It says, Dear BPDA Board, my wife and I strongly support the Oxford Properties development plan for 125 Lincoln Street. They have worked tirelessly to design and redesign the space to fit perfectly in our Leather District neighborhood. It will not only increase property values, but also add class and vitality to the neighborhood. Those in opposition argue against the height and shadows, but they lack the knowledge to determine such outcomes that engineering studies have shown would not block sun nor create prominent shadows. Thank you, Marty Jones. The next letter is from Paul Del Vecchio. To whom it may concern. My name is Paul Del Vecchio, and I am a condo owner at 111 Beach Street, Unit 2A. I strongly believe that Oxford Properties' plan to develop the property at 125, I strongly support Oxford Properties' plan to develop the property at 125 Lincoln Street. I believe the byproduct of this development will yield great results for the residents of Leather District. Please count me, my wife, Lynn Del Vecchio, strongly in support of the Leather District residents who favor the plan, as well as believing that it will greatly enhance our neighborhood, which is one that we care about. Thank you, Paul. The next letter is from Kate Gilbert. Dear friends, as a longtime resident of the Leather District and nonprofit arts leader headquartered in the neighborhood, I believe that Oxford I believe the Oxford proposal for 125 Lincoln Street is a positive addition to the neighborhood, and I support the project. I hope you will as well. Replacing the dilapidated garage is critical to the long-term health of the Leather District, Chinatown, and the city at large. While Oxford's design is large and above the set maximum heights, it does propose vibrant ground floor use, tenants who bring economic impact, and frankly, people to what has become a stagnant neighborhood. The proposal is well designed, thoughtful, and I've found Oxford to have listened and responded to both Chinatown and Leather District neighbors, not to mention the city and your concerns. As one of the smallest neighborhoods in Boston, the Leather District faces challenges similar to our better resourced neighborhoods like Downtown Crossing with its bid, example, underhoused, folks needing recovery services, the quagmire of fixing hollow sidewalks. These are challenges the city is working on that we address much more swiftly and impactfully with the financial capacity and commitment of developers like Oxford. We must be willing to compromise with them. Though I will lose most of my light in my sunny condo that directly faces the proposed development and a gorgeous sunset, I am willing to make the sacrifice for the greater good of the area. Thank you for considering my petition to allow the project to move forward. Kate Gilbert, founder and executive director of Now and There. The next letter is from Garrison Jones. Hi all. I likely cannot make the hearing tomorrow, so wanted to write voicing support for the proposed project. As a resident and owner of the neighborhood, there has been a lot of engagement between developers and our community over the last few years, and the proposal seems stronger to me than many others which we've previously ushered greenlit. Thank you for your consideration, Garrison Jones. The next letter is from Jean Lowenberg. Dear BPDA board members, I'm a 40+ year resident of the Leather District and work as general counsel to a financial management company at one financial center, so I know the area of the city really well. One of the delights of living and working in downtown is its social and physical diversity. In a 10-minute walk, you can go from the office canyons of the financial district through an early 20th century, mid-height brick leather district into an old Chinatown neighborhood. On the way you see families and children, volleyball, festivals, and chess being played, both in warm and not so warm weather. These are qualities I think are worth preserving, which is why I join my neighbors in opposing the proposed 125 Lincoln Street Biomedical Research Laboratory. I think that the building is too tall and massive, and given its proposed use, will contribute little to the mixed-use character of either neighborhood. I also think the design makes little effort to relate to the surrounding historic buildings and will be perceived as an encroachment of the financial district, laying the groundwork for other developments of its size and character, or even worse. I'm also taken by a recent article in the Boston Globe that spoke of the saturation of biomedical buildings planned or under consideration in Boston. We already have one building in the neighborhood being converted for that use by the same developer. If the need for these types of buildings is insufficient to fill either or both, where will that leave us? When I first came to the Leather District in the 1970s, the leather industry had already died and the buildings were empty. Do we need to do that again? So for these and many other reasons, please do not approve the redevelopment of 125 Lincoln Street as proposed. Sincerely, Jean Lowenberg. The next letter is from Jess Hill. Members of the board, my wife and I would like to voice our support for the Oxford Properties plan to develop 125 Lincoln Street. As homeowners and residents of the Leather District, we understand that this development will be an excellent addition to the neighborhood, especially with a design that will better link LD to Chinatown. The parking garage currently at the location is an eyesore that offers no value to the neighborhoods, as well as an architectural blight that divides them. We are aware of arguments against the development and think that they have no merit when the whole picture is concerned. Thank you, Jess Hill, Christina Hill. The next letter is from Sarah Wood. It is hard enough to find parking here even with an LDN sticker. It is a lovely small neighborhood and I do not think that we need any other new tall buildings. There are plenty of tall office buildings just a few blocks from here. Thank you, Sarah Wood. The next letter is from Joseph Sale. I'm writing in favor of the proposed project. As a resident of the neighborhood, the current structure is a blight and safety hazard. The 100-foot greenway height rule has already been overridden by other development projects and shouldn't be an impediment. The project is needed to bring the neighborhood forward and activate some retail. Those who oppose may have the loudest voices, but the majority of residents want this to move forward. Regards, Joe. The next letter is from Stan Mickey. Dear members of the board, I'm writing with respect to my strong opposition to the development proposal by Oxford Properties at 125 Lincoln Street in the Leather District. Although I am submitting this to you prior to tomorrow's BPDA meeting, in the interest of time, you do not need to consider this as a public comment for the meeting to be read out loud. Okay, in that case, I'm going to stop because I believe the board already has this letter. The next letter is from Phoebe Kwan and Chris Hartshorn, to whom it may concern. While we have not been able to attend recent or upcoming meetings related to the 125 Lincoln Street project currently under review by the BPDA, as condominium owning residents in the proximate 70 Lincoln Street building, we are here in providing a written support for the project as proposed. For background, the L318 unit is on the 3rd floor of the building and on the Lincoln Street, Tough Street corner, placing the project in direct sight from our windows on both sides and certainly in one of the more impacted locations for a given resident and condominium owner. We believe the project as proposed will provide appropriately balanced revitalization of this portion of the Leather Street corridor. Specifically, the laboratory space will add vitality during the traditional work week, given increased presence of resulting corporate tenants. This would be achieved without altering the current weeknight and weekend character of the neighborhood. In parallel, it will enhance the quality of life and quantity of options, many no doubt retail related, at the street level, including the renewed availability of Asian-owned or Asian-serving businesses that we value. Furthermore, the upgrades to the external areas via improved landscaping and foot traffic amenities will be a significant and arguably long overdue upgrade and only serve to connect us better to the greater neighborhood. Regarding any concern regarding the proposed building height, we do not share any of those concerns. The Lincoln Street, Essex Street, Surface Road intersection, which the project would add to, already has the Radiant and the State Street building, each of more substantial height and mass. In addition, the view from our unit looking across Lincoln Street toward Chinatown has numerous additional buildings of substantial height, and in fact much larger than the proposed 125 Lincoln project. The most recent presentations from the developer posted on the BPDA website, and specifically, I will stop there. The next letter is from Darren Basco. Dear BPDA board members, as an owner and resident of the Leather District, I write in support of the 125 Lincoln Street project. The project will replace a blighted and outdated parking garage with a new mixed-use building that will offer a number of improvements for the neighborhood. Over the course of the 3+ year public review, the project has undergone a series of changes and updates to respond to comments from the community, and has resulted in a proposal that will do much for the neighborhood. As part of the new building, the proposal includes ground floor retail, envisioned as a new restaurant banquet hall, as well as numerous significant public realm and open space improvements around the site. The proposed improvements to Lincoln Street and Beach Street will make for a safer and more welcoming pedestrian experience. Further, the latest proposal to work with the city to pursue capping over the abutting highway ramp will not only add to the new and improved public realm, It is worth noting that the project has made a significant affordable housing commitment to 79 Essex that will create 50 new affordable units. For these reasons, I urge the BPDA board to approve the 125 Lincoln Street project. Thank you, Darren. The next letter is from Michael Nichols of the downtown bid. Dear Chief Jemison and the BPDA board, I write on behalf of the Downtown Boston Business Improvement District to reaffirm our continued support to the Oxford Properties 125 Lincoln Street redevelopment proposal. The redevelopment of this parcel dovetails well with many of the goals of the city's recently released Downtown Revitalization Report. New income-diverse residents to support downtown, support for public space improvements, new retail and food services to attract residents and visitors, and more. As you know, this project will replace a non-operational open-air parking garage with a mixed-use office building that will include ground floor retail, including a new banquet hall, one of many commitments made after hearing feedback from the community. Crucially, the project will help to create 40 to 50 affordable housing units in 79 Essex. The importance of these new units on the edge of Chinatown and the city center cannot be overstated. The 125 Lincoln Street proposal will also provide numerous public realm and open space improvements to the site. And the developer is committed to working with the city as it pursues a plan to deck over the abutting highway ramp to create even more open space. 125 Lincoln is a complicated project that has necessitated an extensive community engagement and review. The BPDA and Oxford Properties should be commended for their creativity, problem solving throughout the process. It has resulted in an exciting project with significant improvements to the public realm that will benefit all of downtown. We urge the BPDA to improve this project at the November board meeting so that it can begin to deliver many of its benefits to Chinatown, the Leather District, and downtown Boston. Thank you for your consideration. The Downtown Boston BID is a private, not-for-profit corporation that provides supplemental services in downtown. Designed to benefit property owners, businesses, visitors, and students, it is committed to achieving downtown's full potential as a premier economic center and mixed-use neighborhood. Sincerely, Michael Nichols. The next letter is from Drew Lapp. Dear Ms. Monani, Director Jemison, and the BPDA board, in respect to the upcoming BPDA board meeting this Thursday, I'm writing in support of Oxford Properties' proposal. Please note that I recused myself as a member of the IAG when my employer Stantec was added to the project team. With that disclosure, I am not working on the project and I'm writing as a 15-year resident of the Leather District living at 112 Beach Street, 1 block from this site. I have great respect for members of the PCDC and appreciate their concerns for the impact of the building's scale on the connection between the Leather District and Chinatown. But that concern will not result in a better connection between the two neighborhoods and the improvement of the Leather District. What happens on the ground floor of the proposed building and how that promotes connection and activity is most important. The existing garage building and the 93 ramp currently create a barrier between the neighborhoods. The proposal to cover part of the ramp, remove the garage access from Beach Street, and include a restaurant to help activate the new plaza, along with improvements along Lincoln Street, do much more to improve our neighborhood and better that connection. Of course, I might like to see a smaller building, but as a real estate development consultant with more than 50 years of experience evaluating economic feasibility, I do think that a substantially shorter building, consistent with zoning, is not economically feasible given that the development must not only support the cost of new development, but also replace the substantial revenue that the existing building could generate from parking and office. The proposed building will replace an eyesore in our neighborhood and provide needed ground floor commercial and activated open space. It will also add a large daytime population that will help support local restaurants and retail. I encourage your approval of this project. Sincerely, Drew Laff. The next letter is from Ford Englander. Dear members of the board, I live in the Leather District and have been here for over 18 years. I strongly oppose the tower proposed for 125 Lincoln Street. In my opinion, the building will create a wall dividing Chinatown and the Leather District. Further, I have concerns about lab buildings in all residential districts of the city and would much prefer a residential use. Lastly, the final design exceeds the Greenway District Planning Study height and density limit by 100%, and it will result in adverse shadow impacts on the Greenway and abutting neighborhoods. Net new shadows cast on the Greenway will limit access to sunlight and negatively impact the park horticulture. The proposed project sets a precedent for other developers to ignore zoning guidelines which are in place to protect the public realm. Thank you for considering this perspective. Sincerely, Ford. Next, we have a series of letters with the same content. So I will first read the letter and then all the signatories. Dear Nupur, as a business owner in Chinatown, we offer our support for Oxford Properties' development of 125 Lincoln Street. Currently, 125 Lincoln is a closed, outdated, unattractive parking garage at the end of its useful life. It is not the highest and best use for the neighborhood. Oxford has worked with the community to ensure that the development of this site will not only bring jobs to the neighborhood, but also a new restaurant space capable of holding banquets. Oxford is committed to working with the future tenant to support the build out of this space. Critically, the project will also help to create 40 to 50 new affordable housing units at 79 S6 in Chinatown. This is an incredibly important benefit to the community that will help residents afford to stay in the neighborhood. After many meetings and countless conversations over the last 2.5 years, we believe that Oxford's current proposal meets the goals that the community has asked them to address. This plan enhances our community and open space, creates vitality, jobs, increased tax base for the city, while contributing to the city's wider goals at this critical time. We respectfully urge the city to approve this project. Thank you for your consideration. The signatories on this letter are a mix of Chinatown business owners and residents, and I believe one Leather District resident. And they are Anthony Luke, Alex Willemula, Cassidy Lu, Chloe Liu, Hao Q Tan, Helen Chen, Jimmy Yu, Ginny Ma, Johnny Chiang, Kathy Pan, Ken Liang, Lai Chizhang, Limin Chen, Lin Tai Guan, Mario Se, Mena Lin again, Nicholas Yu, Sansan Chen, Wen Fu Zhu, Yan Yun Yu. And I think I'm going to pause here and ask that my colleague Casey Hines help out with the next set. Thanks, Casey.
Thank you, Nupur. Take a break. Here you go, Casey.
Casey, you're muted.
Sorry, button got me. Good evening, Madam Chair. The first letter I have tonight is from Karen Johnson. Dear Chief Jemison, Ms. Fernandez, and Ms. Morani, I am a longtime resident of the Leather District. I am writing in support of the proposed project, development of the project at 125 Lincoln Street. 125 Lincoln is currently home to a dilapidated and obsolete garage, offering no economic or cultural value to our neighborhood. I was opposed to the project's initial height and mass, as the height exceeds the current zoning restrictions. However, Oxford has worked with our neighborhood to address our concerns and propose a project that I think meets halfway. While the proposed height still requires a variance, I implore the BPDA to consider the other components of this project that bring value and enhancements to our neighborhood, including affordable housing, construction jobs, and full-time jobs once a tenant moves in. The revitalization of that block means street activation at the retail ground level, offering more security and activity. The influx of highly salaried workers will help revitalize South Street, our commercial avenue, and to offer an opportunity for small business entrepreneurs to innovate and bring services to our neighborhood. The property tax revenue benefits the city and will help fund important projects. 4 years have passed since this was introduced. Oxford owns other buildings in the immediate area, and they are great neighbors. I think the benefits of this project, especially the affordable housing, outweigh any height issues. Oxford has proposed the use of glass and other design elements that will help provide refractive light and minimize shadows. No, this building is not perfect, but no building is. The addition of a neighborhood park and other proposed enhancements make the package that Oxford is offering the Leather District quite compelling. The initial design of 125 Lincoln Street has come a long way. I hope the BPDA will approve this project, as the benefits go beyond the Leather District and have a great impact for Chinatown as well. We cannot let perfect be the enemy of the good. It is impossible to define perfect. However, we should all agree this is good. Thank you for your consideration. Karen Diane Johnson. The next letter I have is from Katie Updike. It is probably fair to assume that no one who opposes the redevelopment of 125 Lincoln would prefer to have the current vacant eyesore remain there. However, many concerns raised regarding the new development deserve attention. I agree with these concerns, particularly the building massing, ignoring zoning design parameters, and the negative effects anticipated for the surrounding public realm. I should add that personally, I have served as the chair of the Municipal Development Authority. Therefore, I appreciate the difficult decisions you must make. Additionally, I have served on Urban Land Institute panels around the country with a particular focus on how to improve housing affordability. I appreciate the attempt to use this project to provide some mitigation. That said, I would like to add another concern. The plans submitted are speculative. This is not a build-to-suit. If these plans are approved, the property could be sold as is with newly approved design. Will the vacant building sit for years as is? Will the affordable housing be built regardless of the timing of the new construction? Oxford anticipates a lab given recent demand for this type of space. Given the immense amount of lab space currently being built in Boston, this is particularly speculative. As a neighbor, retired developer, and affordable housing advocate, I would ask the BPDA defer approval and instead recommend that Oxford A, substantially reduce its floor area ratio, B, consider mixed use, thereby adding residential and creating a more vibrant neighborhood, which reduces the sense that Chinatown and the Leather District are being separated by a wall. C, identify and support a greener building by abiding by Oxford's own dedication to LEED certification, including support of Greenway guidelines and integration. D, consider a mixed income model for the affordable housing component of the project, both on Essex and 125 Lincoln. And E, provide a clear timeline on the off-site improvements to ensure they are built. Stop there. The next letter is from Kevin Toe. Dear members of the board, our family has been living in the Leather District since 2011. We're currently raising 2 young kids here, and we're ready to express our opposition to the latest proposal of the lab tower at 125 Lincoln Street. The proposed design is 2 times the maximum height stipulated in the Greenway District Planning Study and will result in adverse shadow impacts on the Greenway and abutting neighborhoods. This will ultimately limit access to sunlight on the Greenway and will negatively affect park horticulture. The height and massing of the proposed project will create segregation between the Leather District and Chinatown. Lincoln Street is currently a major road artery and will not be able to support a building of this size. The building will create more traffic and noise, which will reduce the quality of life for our residents of both Chinatown and the Leather District. The mitigation offered by the project is insufficient compensation for the harm that will be caused to the public in the abutting neighborhoods. The large floor plate lab building does not respect or complement the scale of the use of the abutting neighborhoods. Furthermore, the building will be challenging to repurpose if the lab use is no longer desirable. The proposed project sets a precedent for other developers to ignore zoning guidelines, which are in place to protect the public realm. Sincerely, Kevin Toe. The next letter is from Chris Edwards. I've owned the Leather District for nearly 17 years and am in full support of the 125 Lincoln project. Oxford has listened to our community and has made significant compromises. The result, a beautiful building and considerable benefits for the local community and city. Let's get this done. Chris Edwards. The next letter is from Linda Bossi. I am writing to oppose the Oxford Properties proposal to construct a high-rise building at 125 Lincoln Street in Boston's Leather District. I have been a resident of the Leather District since 1988. Our son, who was born while the Big Dig was underway, grew up here. The scale and architectural heritage of this neighborhood and the mix of businesses and residential uses make the Leather District an engaging place to call home. As a longtime city resident, I understand the importance of a strong business and commercial foundation for Boston, and I support appropriate developments. In the decades we have lived here, we have seen many changes in the Leather District and have supported most of them. I strongly oppose this project. The full project would be 221 feet tall, including the 21-foot tall penthouse that extends over the full floor plate of the 200-foot tall building, and would create a sharp division between the Leather District and Chinatown. It would cast significant shadows over the area, which has been a critical planning concern. The Greenway Planning District study provides for a height limit of 100 feet. This was an increase over the prior cap of 80 feet and greatly exceeds the height of the Leather District's existing buildings, but was conscious and thoughtful accommodation to allow appropriate development. The proposal for 125 Lincoln Street takes no consideration of that balance. The proposed Oxford Properties building would be more than double the 100-foot cap. There is no basis to support this extreme disregard for the height limitations for the area provided in the Greenway study. Aside from the direct impacts of this building itself, approving this project would also set a precedent for the city to allow additional projects of similar size on the Leather District and Chinatown sites. The project's generation of commuter vehicles would also greatly exacerbate rush hour traffic congestion in this area. The Boston Civic Design Commission is not in support of this project. I am disappointed that the BPDA has not given due weight to BCDC's careful review and analysis and the Commission's concerns. Stop there. The next letter is from Marcy Layden. Dear Chief Jemison, I write on behalf of Mass Bioed to express our support for Oxford Properties 125 Lincoln Street redevelopment proposal. As you know, this project will replace a non-operational open-air parking garage with a mixed-use life science building that will include ground floor retail space, including a new banquet hall, one of many commitments made after hearing feedback from the community. The project will also help to create 40 to 50 new affordable housing units at 79 Essex Street. The importance of these new affordable units on the edge of Chinatown cannot be overstated and represents a unique opportunity for the city. 125 Lincoln will also provide numerous public realm and open space improvements to the site and is committed to working with the city as it pursues a plan to deck over the abutting highway ramp to create even more open space. Oxford has been supporting Mass Bioed's workforce development program, particularly our life science apprenticeship training program that is bringing new career opportunities to individuals historically underrepresented in the industry. Our programs provide free training, experience, and career services to individuals who have been unaware of or unable to access these careers. Our apprenticeship and career services programs are focused on helping individuals access good, stable jobs in the life sciences. Oxford is committed to bringing the benefits of the companies located in their buildings to local residents as their support of these workforce development programs demonstrates. We support BPDA's approval of this project at the November board meeting so that it can begin to deliver its many benefits to Chinatown, the Leather District, and downtown communities. Sincerely, Marcy Layden. The next letter I have is from Maureen Quinn DuPont. Hello, Chief Jemison, Ms. Fernandez, and Ms. Monani. I am writing in support of the proposed development of the project at 125 Lincoln Street. I am a longtime resident of the Leather District. 125 Lincoln is currently a rundown building with a scary garage. It is a blight on the neighborhood. I think that the Oxford project at 125 Lincoln Street would help to revitalize the neighborhood. I think that this building will bring opportunities for small local businesses and will bring in high salaried workers who will shop and dine in the area. I was opposed to the project's height and mass, but Oxford has reduced this. Oxford has other properties in the neighborhood and they are good neighbors. I do wish that half of this building would be residential. This would give the lab workers and others places to live. This would attract biotech tenants and further enliven the neighborhood. However, I realize that this is not an option. The affordable housing that Oxford is offering is amazing and it is vital to this neighborhood. The addition of a park a neighborhood park, more trees, and green space are some of the benefits of this project too. Thank you for your consideration of this important matter. Sincerely, Maureen Quinn DuPont. The next letter I have is from Nancy Berliner and Alan Plattis. We are residents of the 108 Lincoln Street, and my husband and I would like to voice our strong opposition to the proposed project on Lincoln Street, which will destroy the nature of our neighborhood. It is too tall, too large, and will completely eradicate the charm of our street. Other large projects in the area do not cast an enormous shadow on local residential buildings the way this building will. In addition, the changing nature of what has been proposed to be housed in the building reflects the fact that the uses for which it has been sequentially proposed are increasingly redundant in the face of the changes in the working patterns in the city. Biotech is shrinking, many buildings, office buildings are standing empty. This is totally unnecessary building that will only reduce the quality of life for residents, increase traffic, and destroy the ambiance of our neighborhood. Nancy Berliner and Alan Plattis. The next letter we have is from the Corner Pub, Boston. Dear BPDA Board, my husband and I, Pamela and Matthew Chin, have proudly owned and operated the Corner Pub for the past 15 years. We are in great support of this project. Having been an active part of this neighborhood, we see the improvements that are needed in the neighborhood. The first improvement would be to replace the old dilapidated building that has sat in disrepair for many years. It is a poor representation of what the Leather District in Chinatown can be. Furthermore, we should look at the improvements that are currently happening at South Station. The Leather District is in need of the same improvements and would benefit from this facelift. We are in strong favor of this project. Please feel free to contact us with any questions or concerns. Pam and Matt Chin. The next letter is from Paul Gagnon. Dear members of the board, I am a Leather District resident and I oppose the lab tower proposed for 125 Lincoln Street. I have sent letters before stating my opposition, sat through many, many design meetings of which the vast majority of the neighborhood has countlessly told Oxford Properties that the neighborhood does not desire a giant wall between the Leather District and Chinatown, of which we are a part. The current zoning regulation was put into place to prevent just that. This zoning regulation was not something Oxford was not aware of at the time of purchase of the property. A request for exemption is a minor request for an elevator, head house, or similar. Instead, it is a blatant attempt to bypass zoning and the desires of the neighborhood for sheer profit for their shareholders, namely Canadian pension holders. I do not believe our neighborhood is for sale. I do not believe the Greenway zoning of size and light requirements should be abandoned. I do not believe destroying trees that have taken 10 years to grow and provide wonderful shade should be destroyed for a staging area to be built to build this monstrosity. I do not believe that this taking of a city street, Tufts, benefits the Leather District. I do not believe another lab space is a benefit to the neighborhood. It has been apparent from the very beginning that the only benefactor of this proposal is for Oxford and Oxford alone. Yet we as neighbors have to live with the end results for years and years to come. What exactly are having zoning regulations if they are just ignored and not for the betterment of the neighborhood, but for the sole benefit of developers with deep pockets? I am not against skyscrapers, but we can't just build them anywhere that a developer wants to. The city claims it cares about the health and well-being of its residents. It is time to practice what the city has been preaching. Sincerely, Paul A. Gagnon. The next letter is from Samuel Miles. Hi, for reference, this email and the one below relate to item 10 of the virtual public meeting today, notice below. I've also looped in Nupur Monani, who's listed as the BPDA contact for the project on the BPDA website. I will try to attend the meeting today, but we certainly want our opinion registered with the BPDA as a young family who lives in the Leather District. The Oxford project for 125 Lincoln should be approved. This project is a once in a generation opportunity to improve our community. And Oxford is a solid partner who's clearly invested in our neighborhood, even in these difficult times. We're not aware of any neighbors who oppose this project. The opposition arguments I'm aware of, height, density, aesthetic, shadow, connection to Chinatown, etc., badly miss the mark in light of the counterfactual, which is the existing structure is totally dilapidated, completely vacant, and a growing source of blight and litter in our neighborhood. It would be really backward-looking and a shame for people who live there if these arguments were allowed to prevail. As my wife mentioned below, we strongly support approval and see no reason for further delay. Thank you for considering our and the public's views on this important issue. Sam Pete Niles. The next letter is from Samuel Segal. Dear PPDA Board, I hope this email finds you well. As a business owner in the Leather District, I am writing in support of the proposed Oxford Properties 125 Lincoln development. The current dilapidated garage is an eyesore and blight. The Oxford's commitment to renewing the space and maintaining the character of our Chinatown downtown neighborhood outweighs any concerns about going beyond the 100-foot height limit. I hope you are in favor. Yours, Samuel Segal. The next letter is from Sophia McCulley. Good afternoon. Unfortunately, I am unable to attend tonight's meeting, but as a member of the LD community and resident of 150 Lincoln, directly across from the location of the proposed development, I wanted to send a note of support for the project. I am excited about the possibility of a new building could bring to our community. Thank you, Sophia McCulley. And the last letter I have is from Tony and Susan Cavalerano. Dear members of the board, I join my neighbors in opposition to such a proposal by Oxford Properties for the following reasons. I am a Leather District resident and I oppose the lab tower proposed for 125 Lincoln. The final design exceeds the Greenway District planning study height and density limit by 100% and will result in adverse shadow impacts on the Greenway and abutting neighborhoods. Net new shadows cast on the Greenway will limit access to sunlight and will negatively affect park horticulture. I agree with the Boston Civic Design Commission that the building will create a wall between the Leather District and Chinatown. I agree with the Boston Civic Design Commission and the mitigation offered by the project is insufficient compensation for the harm that will be caused to the public realm and the abutting neighborhoods. I have concerns about lab buildings in all residential districts of the city and would much prefer residential use. The proposed project sets a precedent for other developers to ignore zoning guidelines which are in place to protect the public realm. Sincerely, Tony and Susan Cavalerano. That is all I have.
Okay, thank you. Thank you both for reading those into the record. It's very important. So we will now, do we have any questions or comments from the board?
I'd be a little surprised if there weren't a lot of thoughts within the board. I just want to say that whatever comments we make can't really do full justice to all of the responses that we've listened to and observed and the 3 years of discussion that's gone on between the developer and the various communities involved. I listened to comments on both sides by design friends and colleagues of mine, and I know that no matter how I vote, I'm going to alienate some of those friends and colleagues. But I want to emphasize that we've listened very closely and carefully and been very thoughtful in response to the kinds of deep and thoughtful comments that have been made. And I think that this particular circumstance really epitomizes the difficult choices this board has to make, where we're balancing many economic and design and community impact factors against each other, and trying to do the best that we can for moving the city forward in a way that is most beneficial to the public and the citizens within it. So I have my own opinion on this, and I suspect my fellow board members do as well. But my bottom line is that we really appreciate the passion and the thoughtfulness that all the commentators have brought to this conversation.
Thank you, Dr. Landsmark. Additional questions or comments?
I'd just like to add on to Dr. Landsmark's comments. We, I'm sure all the board members appreciate the feedback. People really took some time to think about this and how it impacts them and their neighborhood. And we do attempt to balance development, job creation, increasing affordable housing stock with the concerns of the community. Sometimes they're easy decisions and sometimes they're more difficult. This is a big project and it is complicated, so it's a lot for us to consider. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Heller. Additional questions or comments? Well, I just want to say, again, just echo my fellow board members. You know, as a former almost 10-year resident of the Leather District, I have and chairwoman of this board, followed this closely for the past 3 years, and I do want to say that this is the process. This is the process working. We heard and we tallied up, because I asked for a tally. You know, the letters of opposition and support and all the different arguments for and against, and it's split, and that doesn't make our job any easier. And like my colleague said, there's a lot to balance here. So I as well, appreciate everybody's participation in this process, and I believe a motion is in order now.
I'm going to move it.
Second.
Okay. Roll call for a vote. Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Okay, we are going to continue with the public hearing portion of this meeting. The next item. This is a public hearing before the Boston Redevelopment Authority, doing business as a Boston Planning and Development Agency, being held in conformance with Section 80D-9 to consider issuing an adequacy determination approving the IMPNF for amendment to authorize the use of short-term housing for families of patients that is receiving medical care at Children's Campus, and reducing 200 below-grade parking spaces, and to take all related actions. This hearing was duly advertised on November 3rd, 2022 in the Boston Herald. This is a BPDA hearing on a proposed petition by the agency. Staff members will first present their case and are subject to questioning by members of the agency. Thereafter, anyone who wishes to testify about this proposed project will be afforded an opportunity. We are taking support and opposition at the same time. If you are planning to testify, please take time now to verify that your computer microphone is active. Click the hand icon on your Zoom control panel, and this will signal to the staff that you would like to speak. When your hand is raised, it will be blue. If you are calling into the meeting and would like to testify, please dial *9 to raise your hand. When I call for all testimony, staff will announce your name and allow you to talk. You must unmute your microphone and your webcam will not be active. In an effort to accommodate all who would like to speak about this proposal, each person will be given up to 2 minutes to comment. BPDA staff will indicate when 30 seconds remain. At that time, please conclude your remarks so that the hearing may continue and others may be heard. At the conclusion of all oral testimony, any email testimony will be read aloud. Finally, the proponents are allowed a period of 5 to 10 minutes for rebuttal if they so desire. Mr. Tyler Ross will now begin the presentation. Tyler.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. The proposal before you is the Boston Children's Hospital Institutional Master Plan Fourth Amendment. The BPDA approved the original Children's IMP and MAP amendment, creating an IMP overlay district in April 2008. The Boston Zoning Commission approved the original IMP on May 28, 2008, effective May 29, 2008. The term of the original IMP was 10 years, expiring in 2018. Following this approval, the BPDA approved 3 other IMPs for the Boston Children's Hospital. Before you is the 4th IMP amendment submitted on April 20, 2022, proposed following changes to the original 819 project within Children's IMP, approval of the changes in its use of its property at 819 Beacon Street from the proposed office and retail uses to a residential project, including the non-institutional housing component, including 377 residential rental units being pursued by Scape Boston LLC, an affiliate of Scape Student Living, and the institutional component of short-term housing for families of patients that are receiving medical care at Children's Campus. And second, the approval of 200 spaces below parking grade, a reduction from the institutional parking use previously approved for the project site in the second IMP amendment. The amendment will also remove the non-institutional use portion of the 819 Beacon Street development out of the institutional master plan. The project site is owned. The project site is owned by Boston Children's Hospital, 819 Beacon Street LLC, an affiliate of Boston Children's Hospital. The BPDA reviewed and approved the 819 development project pursuant to the requirements of Article 80B, large project review, as evidenced by the BPDA board memorandum dated on October 14, 2021. Among other things, the 2021 board memo provided that Children's will willingly seek a amendment to its institutional master plan to account for its institutional uses at the site and its residential uses and parking. There is no presentation for this project, but members of the development team are available to answer any questions you may have regarding the fourth Boston Children's Hospital IMP amendment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Do we have any questions or comments from the board? Okay, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Oh, wait, sorry. No, I'm so sorry. This was a public hearing.
Sorry. I couldn't unmute myself fast enough.
Okay. We're gonna start over. Okay, so is there anyone who would like to testify? And we've got Councilor Bach, I see you. So how about we start with you?
Great. Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and thank you to everyone on the board. And I'm actually going to take the liberty of talking about two projects because I, with apologies, don't want to stay up quite as late as you all. But I just wanted to testify on this one and just say it's a project that I've been supporting through its various phases. We're really excited about the housing. We're at a moment in the kind of LMA, Fenway area where we feel like we too rarely get residential proposals. So this one means a lot to us. And then the specific institutional use for children's is just so important. Having our families who are often going through, one of the hardest times of their life be able to have a housing that's sort of specially designed for them on the site is really important. So I know this is a mostly administrative step tonight, and I've spoken at greater length about the project to you in the past, but I just wanted to say that my support for it continues. So just wanted to say that on that front. And then if you'll indulge me, I wanted to say on Terrace Street, a project that you'll be hearing about a little bit later tonight. It's a project in Mission Hill that I'm also really happy to support. Terrace Street is a street that we are kind of transitioning from an industrial type use to a mixed residential commercial street. And I'm really pleased with the project. It's again bringing significant housing, really exciting for me. I think most of the board knows. And by the way, sorry, I'm actually at a gala this evening, so if you hear distant applause, that's what's going on. But I think most of the board knows that I was very involved in your affirmatively furthering fair housing zoning amendment and policy, and I'm really excited. I'll let the project team speak about it more, but the BPDA worked with the project team to do some great additional affordable housing above and beyond the IDP requirements at this site. So I'm excited about that. They also worked with the community around making sure that it's kind of like long-term tenants who are going to be in this building. And then with the transformation of the street, we've actually, we're really excited that we've got a funded Terrace Street study that's really focusing on how to achieve that. That's funded through the capital budget, but this project, along with others on the street, is contributing funding to actually like making those things real and making it more of a complete street, something that's actually pleasant to walk along, which today Terrace Street is not. The sidewalks are way too narrow, there's not trees, et cetera. So there was a lot of community feedback on the Terrace Street project, and I think it's come out the other end like a much, much stronger project, and I'm excited about it. the kind of transit-oriented development right by the Roxbury Crossing T-station that we want to see. And I'll also just say it's got some of the units in it are kind of that more micro size, but I think I've been talking a lot to constituents lately who are sort of, they're looking for their own place to live, but they're stuck in with a lot of roommates, you know, even kind of at my age, just because of needing to share rent. And so the appeal of that like slightly smaller unit, but you get it to yourself, is also strong. So it's also going to have an anchoring retail opportunity on the block at Cedar and Terrace. So like I said, I know the project team will go into more detail, but I just wanted you to know that as the Mission Hill District 8 counselor, I've been really involved in this one, and I'm really excited about it. So both that and the children's one before you right now, I wanted to express my support for. Thanks so much, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Enjoy the gala. Okay, so we still have other people who would like to testify, so let's go ahead and take those, and then we'll take board comments and questions.
Minor Perez, you can unmute yourself.
Thank you, Madam Secretary, Madam Chair, members of the board. Minor Perez, representing the Carpenters Union. We want to go enthusiastically support of this wonderful institution, which is Boston Children's. It's an iconic institution that provides great services to the needy children, not only from Boston, but from the country. With that, we'd like to be in support of it.
Thank you. Michael Burns, you can unmute yourself. Michael? Michael, you look like you're unmuted, but go ahead, Michael.
Can you hear me now?
Yep, I can hear you now.
Okay, sorry. Oh, we had a little glitch there. Good evening again, everybody. Councilor Boggs, thank you for your words. Madam Secretary, Madam Chair Rojas, and all the BPDA board members. And as always, thank you to the staff of the BPDA for all the work you do. And thank you to Boston Children's, great institution, great partner here in Boston with the Boston Building Trades. My name is Michael Burns. I'm a council rep for the Northeast Regional Council of Sheet Metal Workers. We represent several thousand women and men who live and work in the greater Boston metropolitan area and work under the umbrella of the Boston Building Trades unions, representing tens of thousands of people who live and work in and around the city, providing apprenticeship programs and career paths for many of Boston residents who are not college bound. And we'd just like to rise tonight to fully support this project and thank Boston Children's for their partnership over the years with the Building Trades Union. So we're fully in support of the project. Thank you.
Thank you. Gary Walker, you can unmute yourself.
Yes, Madam Chair, members of the board, Madam Secretary, Director Jemison, once again, Gary Walker, Electricians and Technicians Local 103. As always, I can't imagine a better supporter of the building trades than Children's Hospital. There's not a day that goes by that there aren't hundreds of electricians that work in that building, whether it's as maintenance electricians or as on many projects. And I'd like to thank them for the jobs they create. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Dolores Bogdanian, you can unmute yourself.
Hi, good evening. Thank you once again. My name is Dolores Bogdanian. I live in the Audubon Circle neighborhood, currently president of the Audubon Circle Neighborhood Association, and was a member of the IAG that was reviewed the Scape Beacon project, which is at 819 Beacon Street. I know this is with regard to the IMP amendment for the Children's Hospital, and we do support the change from office use, which is and to residential use, which is the purpose of the amendment. So that is a very positive change that we definitely support. The project that is proposed at 819 Beacon Street is very big, and there were concerns regarding its size and the impact on the neighborhood. And for that reason, I submitted a letter asking for some clarification, which for the sake of time, the board's time, need not be read into the record. Tyler Ross from the BPDA was able to answer the questions after I had submitted them. And so I think I would just say that I'm satisfied with the answers that I received. the project was significant enough. I just wanted to make sure that nothing in the IMP amendment would challenge the commitments that were made in connection with the SCAPE project. If I have just a moment more, I would just like to say there's the last paragraph in our letter that is worth saying or offering, which is that we have grave concerns about the fact that development projects in the Fenway area, the proponents are not called upon to conduct traffic studies and analyses, taking into account Fenway Park concert, ball game, and other major events. This ignores one of the central most important factors impacting Fenway and Kenmore area traffic, which is terrible and getting worse. And it also turns a blind eye on the proponents' use of their parking facilities to accommodate Fenway Park patrons. So, and this project is an offering the parking garage at 819 Beacon Street to the public on evenings, weekends, and holidays is another case in point. So that's something, that's a comment with regard to all development projects that are happening in the Fenway and Kenmore area, of which Audubon Circle is a part. But thank you. I appreciate the time, and like I said, don't bother reading the letter into the record. Good night.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to testify about this project? Madam Chair, I believe this concludes the public portion of this item.
Great. Tyler, do we have any written testimony to receive into the record?
No, Dolores's letter was the only one received.
Okay, great. Do we have any questions or comments from the board? Okay, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Seconded.
Roll call for a vote. Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Lansmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the third and final public hearing. Okay, here, this is a public hearing before the Boston Redevelopment Authority, doing business as the Boston Planning and Development Agency, being held in conformance with Article 80B of Boston Zoning Code to consider the Parcel X 310 Northern Avenue project as a development impact project. This hearing was duly advertised on November 3rd, 2022 in the Boston Herald. This is a BPDA hearing on a proposed petition by the agency. Staff members will first present their case and are subject to questioning by members of the agency. Thereafter, anyone who wishes to testify about the proposed project will be afforded an opportunity. We are taking support and opposition at the same time. If you are planning to testify, please take time now to verify that your computer microphone is active. Click on the hand icon on your Zoom control panel. This will signal to the staff that you would like to speak. When your hand is raised, it will be blue. If you are calling into the meeting and would like to testify, please dial *9 to raise your hand. When I call for all testimony, staff will announce your name and allow you to talk. You must unmute your microphone. Your webcam will not be active. In an effort to accommodate all who would like to speak about this proposal, each person will be given up to 2 minutes to comment. BPDA staff will indicate when 30 seconds remain. At that time, please conclude your remarks so that the hearing may continue and others may be heard. At the conclusion of all oral testimony, any email testimony will be read aloud. Finally, the proponents are allowed a period of 5 to 10 minutes for rebuttal if they so desire, and Mr. Daniel Polanco will now begin the presentation. Daniel.
Thank you so much. Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, Director Jameson, Secretary Paul Emis. My name is Daniel Polanco. I'm the project manager for the proposed Article 80 large project before you tonight at 310 Northern Avenue, also known as Parcel X, located in the South Boston designated port area. Project's proponent, MP Properties 3 LLC, submitted their letter of intent July 1st, 2021, following that with the submission of the project notification form February 28th, 2022. The proposal to redevelop Parcel X into 2 new life science and RD buildings totaling approximately 742,000 square feet, including non-designation retail space for the tenants and public, not exceeding 3% of the total building square footage. To enable the project, the proponent is working with Pilot Development to develop a new 36,000 square foot seafood processing facility, as known as relocation building. for 2 existing new MBSF unit owners. Throughout the Article 80 process, the project held an IG meeting on May 17, 2022, following that with a public meeting on May 19, 2022. Furthermore, the proposed project has also undergone a review with the Boston Civic Design Commission, receiving project approval from the body in November 1st, 2022. The proponent has also been working closely with the city, state, and community stakeholders during the Raymond Flynn Marine Park Master Plan updates process, and is committed to continuing the collaborative process to ensure that its proposed development is consistent with the approved Raymond Flynn Marine Park Master Plan update. Thank you for your time and consideration tonight. I have the development team here with me today to present the project in detail and to answer any questions in regards to the project and any other questions you may have. And on behalf of Chris Bush, I will now continue on with the planning context that he had to present for the board tonight. Here to provide the planning context for the project, which is located at the Raymond Flynn Marine Park development. The development within the Marine Park is guided by the BPDA's Marine Park Master Plan update, which is the growth and land use plan for the park. The Master Plan update supports the park's mission of serving as Boston's base jobs growth center, as well as a reserve for general industrial and marine industrial uses. The update also provides guidance on how to balance an economic growth and expanding life sciences industries in the park with the support of the water-dependent uses through the new capital investments in the marine infrastructure, as well as transportation planning and climate resiliency. The 310 Northern Ave project is appropriate and consistent with the master plan update. The New Life Sciences project advances the Raymond Flynn Marine Park mission to provide and reserve a new and for new and existing industrial businesses through the support of the existing seafood processing cluster within the park and the relocation of 2 seafood companies and the development of a new seafood processing facility in the Massport Marine Terminal. The proposed uses are consistent with the regulatory and use guidance, as the Marine Park is part of the South Boston designated port area and subject to regulations as regulations that preserve and promote marine industrial businesses. Due to the project's proximity to Boston's harbor, and it's also been designated to respond to the sea level rise and future coastal storms by elevating the first floor and protecting critical mechanical systems. I will now turn it over to the development team for the presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Daniel. Appreciate the intro. Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Secretary, members of the board, Director Jemison, and all the members of the BPDA who've worked collaboratively with us and guided us along the way to get us to where we are tonight. We really do appreciate it. My name is Danielle Blake, and I'm pleased to be here tonight representing Marcus Partners, who's the proponent for the 310 Northern Avenue project. And I'm joined here tonight by John Sullivan, who's a principal at Spagnola Geisness and Associates, who's the project's lead architect. Some of the other project team members may still be listening in, so I just wanted to thank them all for their efforts to date as well. We're going to start here on the context map, and I'm just going to provide some project background information and some updates from our planning process before turning it over to John, who's going to speak to the project design. So as Daniel mentioned, 310 Northern consists of 2 new life science R&D buildings proposed for Parcel X in the Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park, which you see highlighted on this slide in gold. This slide is included in the presentation so everyone can appreciate the site's existing context. We have Harpoon Brewery and the John Nagel Seafood Company immediately to the west of the site. Innovation Square, which was completed a couple of years ago and is occupied by Vertex Pharmaceuticals, is immediately to the east of the site. We've got the EDIC garage just south of the site on the other side of Northern Avenue, and the MMT to the north on the other side of Kennedy Avenue. The project site is owned by the City of Boston and currently ground leased to the New Boston Seafood Center, which consists of several seafood condo spaces. Our involvement in this project does date back to 2019 when we entered into an agreement with the New Boston Seafood Center to acquire the existing Parcel X ground lease from the EDIC. Our proposal to redevelop this parcel into a new life science R&D development is entirely consistent with the master plan update that the city's been working on, which designates this site for general industrial use. And as Daniel mentioned, as part of this project, we are investing in a new seafood facility for the sellers who want to stay and grow their businesses in the marine park. The New Boston Seafood facility that exists on the site today is really showing its age and has limitations that are cost prohibitive to the sellers who want and need to make some upgrades. So really, this project provides the unique opportunity to make significant investment in a new modern seafood facility to help those sellers stay and grow their businesses in the park, preserve jobs, and also bring new jobs into the park with our new life science R&D development. The seafood facility that we're referring to here is noted on this map. It's labeled the relocation facility on the MMT. And while I'm still on this slide, I just want to highlight that we do have experience working in the park, as we're currently developing the Foundry at Dry Dock project, which is on parcel O and P, just north of the dry dock. We broke ground on that project last spring, and construction is underway on a new headquarters for Ginkgo Bioworks, which represents approximately 1,000 jobs in the park. Next slide, please. Here are some photos of the existing conditions of the 310 Northern site. Our site's outlined in that thick gold dash line in the image to the left. And from all of these images, you can really appreciate the sea of pavement that currently surrounds the site, which has provided a lot of flexibility for the important industrial freight traffic to maneuver freely throughout the park. Both Harpoon Brewery and the John Nadel Company, who are located immediately to the west of the site, have significant loading and back-of-house operations adjacent to our project site, which you can see here on that aerial to the left. And these operations are critical to this, to their successful businesses. Next slide, please. So over the last year, we've really engaged in a thorough public process to inform our plans. We took direction and worked cooperatively with BPDA staff, our neighbors, the Marine Park Business Association, and local city and state officials to define the project planning that you're seeing here tonight. We really did make great efforts to listen, to spend time in the park, to understand how the freight traffic and these just-in-time distribution businesses work, and to be responsive to what we heard with our project planning. This here is our proposed site plan that shows the 2 buildings in the associated public realm. An example of our collaborative planning process is, what we are showing along Seafood Way, which you could probably appreciate from this image. We have significant setbacks in our buildings along Seafood Way to accommodate both Harpoon Brewery and John Nadel Company's important truck maneuvering and loading program on that side of their building. We've learned a lot from our discussions with both Harpoon and Nadel, as well as the other park businesses, and we've really worked hard to make sure that our plans protect the needs of our industrial and marine industrial neighbors who have been operating successfully in the park for years. The arrival experience to the site is really, as you can see from this image, as well as John's images on the following slides, is going to be encouraged from Northern Avenue to the south and the unnamed access road to the east, with gracious public realm components designed to better align with the city's ongoing efforts to improve the experience along Northern Avenue, but also to steer pedestrians away from the mixed thoroughfares surrounding the site. I'm actually going to pause here, John, and let you walk through some of the images of the proposed project.
That's great. Thanks, Danielle. My name is John Sullivan from SGA. I'm pleased to be here before the board tonight to present our project. I'll be very brief, but to Danielle's point, I just want to highlight the public realm as we move around the site, with Seafood Way and Fit Kennedy Avenue being heavily focused on preserving the really important truck movements throughout the park. We've spent a lot of time crafting the more pedestrian areas of the site along Northern Avenue, with a pocket plaza to the southeast portion of the site, unnamed access road, which is a critical connection to get you to the courtyard, which sits in the middle of the site. Next slide, please. So we'll walk around this very quickly. This gives you a sense of what's being proposed at the Pocket Plaza. This is along Northern Avenue, again, where we are really kind of planning for our more pedestrian activated portion of the site. And you can see what we're planning here. We've set the building back considerably to allow for a really generous gathering space, a really generous portion of public realm that can accept different types of seating, different types of planting, and a really strong pedestrian scale that's activated by the edges of the building, which is intended to be non-destination retail. You can see from the building that we've employed some canopy elements to bring that scale down to the pedestrian and to really foster a porous and transparent edge to promote that activation both outside of the building and inside of the building. Next slide, please. This is an important, connection between the corner of Northern Avenue and the courtyard, which sits in the middle of our block, which we're very excited about. And this is the kind of the procession along unnamed access road, which connects those two elements. We've worked really hard and collaboratively with the city and with the BPDA planning staff to really shape this experience and to pull our building back to give a real generous dimension for movement, but also to set this up as an opportunity to have some gathering spaces and what we're calling a series of outdoor rooms, to promote activity along this edge and to really connect these two spaces. And you can see moments of bike, access to bike rooms, blue bikes, plantings, seating areas, and active elements as you kind of move down the block. Next slide, please. And then the other really important element, as I mentioned, is this is the courtyard, which we really view as an amenity for users of the park. This sits between both of our buildings. It's a very generous space that's crafted through softscape and hardscape elements to promote different types of programs for gathering, spill out. Really we view it as a respite for people to come and use in the park, to get away from the busy edges. You can see a lot of planting, a very soft moment in the park that's cradled between these two buildings. So we're very excited about this. Next slide, please. This just highlights our, successful and collaborative process with the BCDC. We had a very helpful dialogue with them. To the left, you see where we started with our PNF, and to the right, what we're presenting tonight, which we're all very excited about, a building that expresses the industrial nature of the park, massing that now cradles the public realm in a more comfortable way, and what we think is a very successful response for this site. Next slide, please. This gives you a sense of that experience along Northern Avenue. You can kind of see Harpoon to the left. And this, again, just kind of describes this, active realm at the street's edge. There's, the building itself breaks down into two bars to be sensitive to scale. The entry is in the middle. The plaza towards the building is raised because the building's raised to support our resiliency initiatives. And that just gives us great opportunities for slope planting, slope seating. All of this is universally accessed, and we think it's going to be a very, vibrant environment that's, supported by the building again, and you can see it well in this image that is really inspired by the industrial vernacular, and we feel really, is an expression that belongs in the park. One last thing on this slide too is that all of this has been carefully integrated into the improvements that are, currently happening as part of the city's plan along Northern Avenue. Next slide, please. Two more slides just highlighting the 5 Fit Kennedy building, which kind of fronts along Fit Kennedy, but strategically has its entry off the courtyard, again, to keep pedestrian, movement, closer to the center of the block. You can see where we started with the PNF and where we've ended, again, with a design that we feel is, very complementary to the other building. We've worked very hard and had a great collaboration with the BCDC to, visually mitigate, some of the rooftop mechanicals to really craft that experience and to provide a calmer building that relates to the Northern Avenue building. Not the same as the Northern Avenue building, different, but, related in a way that we think feels very cohesive on the site. And the next image, next slide, please. Just, gives you a little bit more detail there where, the building scale breaks down. It's one level shorter, so it kind of steps down a little bit towards the MMT and the water. And again, we think just provides a very, refined and elegant expression, which does draw from that industrial, vernacular and inspiration. So we're very, excited by the result, and I'm going to pass it back to Danielle to highlight on some of the key project metrics.
Thanks, John. Next slide, please. Perfect. So, we're really excited about this opportunity and really proud of the highly collaborative planning process to date, which results in a project design, which you just saw, that protects the needs of our industrial and marine industrial neighbors who've really been operating successfully in this park for years. But it also aligns with the guiding principles of the master plan update that the city's been working so hard on. This project will preserve jobs with significant investment in the new seafood facility planned for the MMT. It will fuel job creation with the new life science R&D development, and not just jobs for scientists and research, but all jobs that will support the construction of the project and building operations and future tenant operations once the project is completed. We do plan to leverage our development platform to create opportunities for underrepresented groups. The SGA team will partner with Moody Nolan as we transition into contract drawings, and our contractor, John Moriarty and Associates, will partner with a woman-owned business enterprise. We've been working really collaboratively with John Dalzell and others at the BPDA to ensure our project meets sustainability and climate change resiliency goals. We have designed really highly efficient LEED Gold certifiable buildings. The project does meet the CEI targets for the city's zero net carbon zoning. And from a resiliency standpoint, as John mentioned, we are raising the first floor 3 feet above the average grade of the site, and critical building infrastructure will be raised a foot beyond that to protect against potential future sea level rise. We'll also be participating in the BPDA's newly created Climate Resiliency Infrastructure Fund, which will provide private sector funding to mitigate the impacts of sea level rise for the marine park. I'm going to stop there. I'll say this completes our formal presentation, and we just thank you for your consideration.
Okay, thanks so much. So this is a public hearing, so let's go ahead and take public testimony first.
Michael Burns, you can unmute yourself. Michael? I think
you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. Yep.
Yep, good.
Good evening again, Madam Secretary, Madam Chair Rojas, BPDA board members, Mr. Polanco and your staff for all the hard work you do to facilitate these meetings. And lastly, to Ms. Blake, Mr. Sullivan, Marcus Partners, and the development team for your thorough presentation. Once again, my name is Michael Burns. I'm a council rep for the Northeast Regional Council of Sheet Metal Workers, representing several thousand men and women who live and work in the greater Boston metropolitan area and under the greater umbrella of the Boston Building Trades Unions, representing tens of thousands who live and work in the metropolitan area. I rise tonight on behalf of my membership to fully support this project. We feel it's a great project for the area and appreciate all the hard work and efforts that the development team has put into this. So, thank you all.
Thank you. Minor Perez, you can unmute yourself.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Madam Chair, members of the board, Minor Perez representing hundreds of union carpenters that live and work across the city of Boston. I want to go on record on strong support of this project. And to conclude, I just want to thank all the board members and staff for all the hard work you do on moving the city forward with these very difficult choices you are confronted with every month. I wish you all happy and healthy Thanksgiving. Have a wonderful time.
Thank you, Minor. Gary Walker, you can unmute yourself.
Yes, Madam Chair, members of the board, Madam Secretary, Director Jemison, once again, Gary Walker, electricians and technicians, Local 103. I'd like to speak in strong support. I know it's been a long night, so I'll keep it brief. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else who would like to speak for this project? Robert Nagel. Robert Nagel, you can unmute yourself.
Yes, good evening, everyone. I just want to, as speaking from the position of being the direct abutter to this project, we know we will be incurring probably some difficulties at times with construction, but from the unique presentation of the process that we've received with interactions with Danielle and John Sullivan and the team, we're confident that they are truly concerned about their neighborhood, that they're entering into for short-term success and long-term success. So we are, we presented a letter of support, but I just want to say it's very unique to have a sincere person to be dealing with, and that's what we encountered. That's my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anybody else like to speak about this project? Okay. Vincent Nagel, you can unmute yourself.
Hi, this is Vincent Nagel with the John Nagel Company, and I also want to comment that this process of working with Marcus Partners has has been collaborative, and I just, we feel like they have listened to us and have addressed our concerns. To us, it's very important that the Marine Industrial Park maintains its marine industrialness. You know, one of our concerns is we've seen a parade of high-rises marching down Northern Ave or Seafood Boulevard towards us, is that the seafood industry could ultimately get pushed out of the city. And just want to state that the seafood industry is probably one of the most iconic industries of the city of Boston and the state of Massachusetts. And its history leading to both tourism, but its significant current economic impact. It's an engine of blue-collar jobs throughout the whole industry. It not only serves the New England area, but is probably the primary largest distribution point of seafood throughout the entire country. So anything that hinders that is significant. So transportation is just absolutely critical to the lifeblood of our industry because, as Danielle noted, we are a just-in-time. We are handling a highly perishable product and making sure that the transportations both at the airport through Logan into the highway systems flowing efficiently and safely is very important to us. So we appreciate the adjustments that Marcus Partners has done in their design work to understand our needs for transportation, which happens on a 24-hour basis, and have designed so that we can separate the industrial side of the thing. So thank you for the opportunity to speak, and we support the project.
Thank you. Lauren Sopko, you can unmute yourself.
Oh, hi folks. My name is Lauren Sopko. Admittedly, I'm actually here to listen to the verdict of 51 Melcher Street, so not super involved in this particular project, but just appreciate all the comments around the proponents sort of working, hand in hand with the community and seeing life science like this that does not directly abut residential. And sort of just in support of those types of initiatives. So just want to say I'm in support of this one. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone else want to speak about this project? Madam Chair, this concludes the public hearing portion of this item.
Okay, thank you. Daniel, do we have anything that needs to be read into the record?
Yes, Madam Chair, members of the board, I do have a letter. Aside from the letters of support that I got on my end, there was one sent to the board by Councilor President Ed Flynn and Council at Large Michael Flaherty. Support for 310 Northern Ave. Dear members of the BPDA board, we are writing in support of the project proposed on 310 Northern Avenue located at the Raymond Flynn Marine Park of South Boston waterfront, also known as Parcel X. Proposal is before the BPDA board this week, and we hope that the board will take the action necessary to approve this project. Proponent, Marcus Partners, was assigned the ground lease at Parcel X by the Economic Development and Industrial Corporation in 2020, and is now proposing the demolition of 2 existing single-story industrial buildings and the construction of a new 2-building life sciences and research and development campuses. This project will create approximately 3,400 jobs and will ruralize the area. We believe that the project will be a valuable addition to the district, and the proponent has conducted a thorough community process. We hope the BPDA will look favorably to this project. If you have any questions, please feel free to contact our offices directly. Sincerely, Ed Flynn, Council President, and Michael Faraday, Boston City Council at Large. That's all the letter of support I got on my end, Madam Chair. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Questions or comments from the board? Okay, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
Roll call for a vote. Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Great project, thank you so much. Good luck.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, so that concludes the public hearing. Just switch screens. Let's go back to item number 31. Yes. Okay. Request authorization to issue a certification of approval in accordance with Article 80E Small Project Review of the Zoning Code for the construction of 45 residential rental units, including 10 IDP units, 18 street parking spaces, and 55 bike storage spaces located at 9 through 19 Vaughn Avenue, and to take all related actions. Tyler and Astrid.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. The proposal before you is an Article 80 small project at 919 Vaughn Ave in Dorchester. The proposed project consists of a new 5-story residential building, a 3-story residential building on the site. The 5-story building will contain 38 units, while the 3-story building will house the other 7 units on the property for a total of 45 units. The project will deliver 22% of the proposed residential units at between 70 and 100% AMI, as well as provide 30 parking spaces and 45 spaces for bike parking spaces for residents. Furthermore, the BPDA held 2 public meetings for this project in December of 2021 and October of 2022. These were both well attended and advertised in the local newspaper. Before I turn it over to Karen Chavez from the BPDA Planning to discuss the planning context, before I turn it over to BPDA Planning to discuss the planning context, Laura and Bashir from the development team will begin the presentation. Lastly, I want to say thank you to the members of public and elected officials and city agencies who helped review the proposed 919 Vaughn Ave project. Thank you. Sorry, the light distracted me.
Good evening, Tyler and Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Laura Chelamoit. I am an associate and vice president at Davis Square Architects. I'm going to briefly walk you through the proposed design for 9 through 19 Vaughn Ave.
Hey, Laura, excuse me. I think Karen is going to go over the planning context, and then you'll jump in.
We'll do design? Sure.
Yes,
Sorry,
exactly.
Karen.
No worries.
No worries. Good evening, Chair Rojas, Secretary Palimas, and members of the board. My name is Karen Chavez, and I am covering for the Dorchester Neighborhood Planner. The proposed project is located within the planning boundaries of Four Corners Geneva Avenue Station Area Plan, a planning process which is part of the larger Fairmount Indigo Planning Initiative established in 2012. This plan set out a vision to improve access to the Four Corners Geneva Ave station, prevent residential displacement, and invest in new improved transit connections. Planning Division staff also considered the neighborhood context, adopted citywide plans including Imagine Boston 2030 and Go Boston 2030, the zoning code, and public feedback to review the project. The proposed use, scale, and density and design are contextually appropriate and consistent with the Four Corners Geneva Ave Station Area Plan goals, including that of providing new affordable housing near the station, particularly on formerly vacant or underutilized parcels, and strengthening neighborhood serving cultural activity with the inclusion of a community room for use by residents and an adjacent nonprofit organization. The key considerations of BPDA staff during review of the proposed project were landscape design, building massing, IDP percentage of the project, which increased from 13% to 22%, as well as preservation of streetscape and the existing building. Planning staff have asked the proponent to advance preliminary transportation recommendations emerging from BTD's Bowdoin Geneva Transportation Plan, including intersection daylighting and safer pedestrian crossings at the intersection of Vaughn Ave and Geneva Ave. I will now turn the presentation over to the proponent team to discuss in more detail. Thank you.
Karen.
And again, my name is Laura Chelamowit from Davis Square Architects, and I'm happy to walk us through the design here. So next slide, please. So quick highlights on the project. We're proposing 45 units in total, as Tyler explained. It'll also include 45 bike storage spaces and 30 vehicular parking spaces. Next slide, please. The existing site consists of multiple individual lots that will be combined into one lot. There are 2 existing houses on the site. One is boarded up and has been vacant for several years. That's at 11 Vaughn Ave, and we're proposing for that building to be demolished. The other at 19 Vaughn Ave has been occupied, and we are planning a renovation of that building. Next slide, please. The proposed design includes a 5-story building towards the rear of the site, closest to the MBTA line. That's where the majority of the units, the community room, and the underground parking will be located. Closer to Vaughn Ave, as I mentioned, the building at 19 will be renovated and preserved as housing. And a smaller 3-story building will house 6 additional units and continue the streetscape scale and rhythm along Vaughn Ave. Next slide. This is a view from on Vaughn Ave looking towards Geneva Ave, and you can see the proposed building on the left includes the 5-story building towards the rear of the site, so pushing the larger mass towards the least impactful area of the site. The preservation of the existing house, that's the one with the pitched roof, and the addition of a 3-story building that will house 6 units. So in total, the 45 units consist of 5 studios, 17 one-beds, 20 2-bedrooms, and 3 3-bedrooms. 10 of the units will be IDP affordable units, and we'll have 30 parking spaces, all of which will be in the underground parking garage. Next slide. This is another view looking the opposite way. So Geneva Ave is behind us, and we're looking northeast on Vaughn Ave. You can see how the proposed 3-story development continues the rhythm and the streetscape of Vaughn. Next slide. This is our proposed elevation. The larger mass, again, pushed to the back with the majority of the units. The community room is located prominently under the signage with the glazed area there facing the courtyard. On the right side with the pitched roof, you can see the house that will be renovated. And again, the new structure, 3-story building will house 6 of the units. Next slide. I'm going to hand it back over to Tyler now, and again, happy to answer any questions about the design. Thank you all for your time and consideration.
Thanks, Laura. Yeah, that concludes the presentation. So.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Do we have any questions or comments from the board? Okay, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Mr. Monahan?
Sorry, I was muted. Aye.
Dr. Landsberg?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Congratulations and good luck.
Thank you.
Right. Item number 32, request authorization to issue certification of approval in accordance with Article 80E, small project review of the zoning code for the construction of 50 residential home ownership units, including 8 IDP units, 17 street parking spaces, and 60 bike storage spaces located at 66 Geneva Avenue, and to take all related actions. Quinn.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. The proposal before you is an Article 80 small project located at 66 Geneva Avenue in Roxbury. The proposed project involves constructing a 5-story, 48,912 gross square foot residential building The building will take advantage of an existing single-story brick building on site and incorporate that structure into its podium. The proposed project would contain 50 home ownership units, including 8 affordable units and 17 at-grade resident parking spaces. The project will also contribute a number of infrastructure improvements to the community, including the creation of an accessible bus stop, the installation of a new raised crosswalk, and improved sidewalks that meet complete streets guidelines. The BPDA held 2 public meetings for this project in July and October of 2022. These are both well attended and advertised in the local newspaper and online. I want to thank everyone who's involved and gave some of their time towards the improvement of this project. I'll now turn it over to my colleague, Yari Cortez, to discuss the planning context that was considered in reviewing this project before Salman Chowdhury and Andre Porter from the development team begin their presentation. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Good evening, Chair Rojas, Secretary Polhemus, Director Jemison, and members of the board. My name is Yari Cortez, and I am the neighborhood planner covering Roxbury. The proposed project is located within the planning boundaries of the Roxbury Strategic Master Plan, a planning process established in 2004. The RSMP is a strategic framework to guide change and economic growth in Roxbury. The proposed project makes significant contributions towards the realization of the RSMP's goals by addressing key issues such as providing more home ownership opportunities in the community, actively promoting a sustainable and diverse economy focused on job opportunities and creation of wealth through a commitment to hiring local, minority, women-owned businesses workforce in the development of this project, providing safer streetscapes and more reliable public transportation by improving sidewalk conditions along Geneva Avenue and Oldfield Road, and collaborating with the BPDA, MBTA, and BTD to improve signage, comfortability, and accessibility in nearby MBTA bus stops. These are consistent with the plan recommendations goals for a wider range of housing options for residents, employment opportunities, and transportation and pedestrian skill improvements. I will now turn the presentation over to the proponent team to present the project in more detail. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Salman Chowdhury. First, I want to start with thanking all the BPDA staff that who helped guide this project through the process. I'm a local resident. I live literally a block away from this this site. We are a big believer of investing where you live. Throughout our residents, we are small business owner in the neighborhood. We own an Indian restaurant called Shanti in Dorchester in Rosendale. Then we also own Dudley Cafe in Nubian Square. We are a big believer of creating opportunity for minority contractors throughout the neighborhood. Everybody we hire in our businesses are local, pretty much. What inspired me to do this is I actually have done a similar project right across the street at 39-41 Joe L. Bishop Smith Way. It's a 12-unit development that we did, and we were able to find 12 homeowners from the neighborhood where we were able to keep the prices low. And this kind of like attracted me to find this site and go through the process. I will hand it over to Andre, who can pretty much give you a description of the building. Thank you.
Andre, you're muted.
Sorry. Good evening, everyone. What you see on the screen now in the upper left corner is the existing building. As you've heard, it's a single-story building. The building covers pretty much all of the footprint of the parcel. There's a little bit of a setback on the left side, and there's a setback on the front in order to keep the costs down and hopefully make the units more affordable. We're using the existing first floor as a platform, and then we'll add 4 stories of new construction on top. If you're on the rear of the building, which faces Oldfield Road, that will be the entrance and exit to the ground floor parking. What we are doing, and you'll see later on, is we are massing most of the building's mass will be on the Geneva Avenue side, in deference to our butters on Oldfield, which are primarily single, 2- and 3-family homes. where the, from that side, the rear of the building, it will be just a single story, and it will step up as you go towards Geneva Avenue side of the property. Next slide. Just a little bit of landscaping. As I said, we don't have a lot of green space. What we are going to do, as you heard earlier, is commit to improving the existing bus stop that's in front of the building now, making it, giving it some trees, upgrading it as sort of a place to come and rest with outdoor benches. Most of the green space will be actually on the various roofs of the building as you step up, and we will use the top floor for solar panels to help with the utilities and keep the energy costs down for the buyers. Next, please. Again, just more samples of landscaping that we plan for the front end of the building. Next, please. So what you see on the top is the front of the building. The first floor will have 17 parking spaces. It'll have 60 bike racks. It'll have an exercise room, a lobby, utility room, as well as indoor storage for trash. And then on the lower half, you see the building from the rear, which is the old field side. And as you can see in the next slide, you'll see how the building steps up from Oldsfield towards Geneva. Next slide, please. This is sort of the top view, gives you an idea. As I said before, the Oldsfield side, it will be single story, and then it steps up to 2, and then 3, 4, and 5. So there will be green space on each of the lower roofs with, again, solar panels on the top roof. Next slide. Just different angles of the building. The building's just directly across the street from the Jeremiah Burke High School, as well as the Grove Hall branch of the Boston Public Library. So the height is sort of consistent with the two public buildings that front also on Geneva Avenue. We're also around the corner from Grove Hall Mecca, which is one of the major shopping and retail districts in the neighborhood. Part of our thing, as you heard from Solomon, not only is trying to not only hire local, but also bring homeowners who can also support the local businesses in the Grove Hall neighborhood. Next slide. This is what you've seen previously. 16% affordable. The unit count is 50. We have 8 IDP units. It's a mixture of 1 bedrooms, 2 bedrooms, and 3 bedrooms. Working with Councilor Worrell's office, he was a very strong advocate for family-sized units. So originally we had 1 and 2s. We now have 1, 2, 3s, and some studios. So to sort of hopefully attract a wide range of potential buyers for these units. But it is 50 in total. Next slide. I believe that is the last one. Thank you.
Okay, thanks so much. Great presentation. Do we have any questions or comments from the board? Yeah, I really like it. So hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Seconded.
Roll call for a vote. Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Mr. Ladsberg?
Aye.
Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Congratulations. Great job. Thanks for
Thank you.
investing in neighborhoods.
Thank you.
Here. All right. Item number 33. Request authorization to issue a scoping determination waiving further review pursuant to Article 80B-5.3D, large project review of the zoning code for the construction of 79 residential rental units, including 14 IDP units, 1,834 square feet of retail space, 32 underground parking spaces, and 76 bicycle spaces located at 110 through 128R Terrace Street. And to take all related actions, we have Quinn and Karen.
Thank you again, Madam Chair, members of the board. The proposal before you now is an Article 80 large project located at 110-128R Terrace Street in Mission Hill. The proposed project consists of the construction of a 6-story, approximately 85,000 gross square foot residential building. This transit-oriented development will contain 79 rental units, including 14 affordable units, and provide 32 below-grade resident parking spaces. The proposed building is less than a quarter mile from the MBTA Roxbury Crossing Station. The project does contain 9 micro studios to be built in compliance with the Boston Compact Living Policy Guidelines. As a result, the building will provide over 8,000 square feet of common space, fewer than the allowed number of parking spaces, and complete a number of transportation demand management measures. The building will also be built to passive house standards, be LEED Gold certifiable, and will be all electric with a commitment to on-site and procured renewable energy. This project will contribute significantly to a Boston Transportation Department fund for the implementation of the findings of their ongoing Terrace Street Improvement Study through a $127,537 contribution. The Terrace Street has seen significant development in recent years, as Councilor Bach alluded to in her earlier remarks, as the area shifts from industrial to residential, and the implementation of the recommendations from this study will ensure the area is safe and enjoyable for current and future residents. The BPDA held IAG and public meetings for this project in August of 2021, and then again in October of 2022. These were well attended and advertised in local newspapers and online. I wanted to thank members of the public, elected officials and their representatives, and city staff who attended these meetings and contributed to the review of this project. I will now turn it over to my colleague Karen Chavez from the BPA Planning Division to discuss the planning context that was considered in reviewing this project before Mike Ross and Nick Elton from the project team begin their presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Quinn. Good evening, Chair Rojas, Secretary Polimas, and members of the board. My name is Karen Chavez, and I'm the neighborhood planner for Mission Hill. The proposed project is not located within the boundaries of a recent planning initiative. Instead, Planning Division staff considered the neighborhood context, adopted citywide plans, including Imagine Boston 2030 and Go Boston 2030, use and dimensional regulations from Article 59 of the Zoning Code, and public feedback when reviewing the project. The key considerations of the BPDA staff during review of the proposed project were the project's compatibility in size and scale with the existing neighborhood context, a building footprint that worked with the unique shape and location of the project site since it is adjacent to MBTA property, an improved public realm along Terrace and Cedar Street, a wide range of housing options for the neighborhood that includes micro, studio, 1, 2, and 3 bedroom units, and proximity to various modes of transportation, including public transit and protected bike paths. I will now turn the presentation over to the proponent team to present the project in more detail. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, Madam Secretary, and Chief Jemison. My name is Mike Ross. I'm here today. I'm an attorney with the law firm of Prince LaBelle. I'm here with the architect, Nick Elton. I do want to thank BPDA and all the staff and Quinn and the project manager and all of you for your tremendous commitment, especially tonight. It's a late night. This is an 18,000 square foot assembled property on Mission Hill's really rapidly expanding and changing Terrace Street. Currently, as you can see from this photo, the site contains an auto body shop, a parking area, and 3 underutilized housing structures. Our goal will be to improve the site with a mixed-use building with 79 residential units, 32 parking spaces, and ground floor retail. As Councilor Bach mentioned earlier tonight, our participation in the BIFDC review process resulted in a substantially more affordable and accessible building with the additional 14 units, with the 14 IDP units certainly, but other goals that were achieved, all consistent with the program. I'm going to turn it over now to Nick Elton, our architect, so he can quickly walk you through the building. Nick?
Good evening.
I appreciate the opportunity to be able to speak to you. I'm Nick Elton from the firm Westwork Architects. Can I have the next slide, please? I should mention that this is a proposed 6-story building that is located at the corner of Cedar and Terrace Street. Terrace Street is currently a street that is experiencing extreme development, or a lot of development, with about 400 units proposed on this site. I also want to mention that we are direct abutters and owning a building directly across the street. And the most important corner on that street is the corner of Terrace and Cedar, where, as you can see, the building is placed on that corner. We are proposing to cede 2.5 feet of the sidewalk of the site to increase the sidewalk width from the existing 6 feet to 8.5 to allow trees and a more generous walking area along Terrace Street, which currently is much more limited. The building, as you can see right now, is proposed to have a main entry in the middle of the site from the Terrace Street side, and on the corner there is a roughly 2,000 square foot retail space, which is directly across from the Boston Building Materials Co-op, which is the other pedestrian-oriented retail space on the site. So it is designed to reinforce that corner. It's bounded on the east, which is the upper portion of the site, by the MBTA maintenance area, and then beyond that, further to the east by the MBA tracks that you can see, which are the commuter rail and the Orange Line. The proposed site on the Terrace Street side also includes a blue bike site, a blue bike rack location, totally within the site, including the turn areas and the removal areas for the bikes. And it also includes the entries to 32 underground off-street parking spaces. The main entrance, as I said, is located in the middle, and that will access the the residential areas up above, and other community spaces up above and down below. I should point out that directly across the street from the main entrance on Terrace Street, there is a 50-foot area that's designated for delivery vehicles such as FedEx and also for the drop-off of shared car ride applications. And this is done so that there is no traffic obstruction on the street. Additionally, finally, there is a loading dock located off of Cedar Street, and this is proposed so that people that are moving in and out will be able to use the loading dock and therefore not obstruct the traffic on the street. Finally, I want to mention that this is abutting the MBTA, and we're in the process of finalizing an access agreement to allow for emergency vehicle access along the MBTA, which is similar to something that they are providing in several other areas along this same pathway. May I have the next slide, please? So as you can see by the colors, there are a series of different size units, and the variety of the units range from smaller units to 3-bedroom. So the different colors represent different sizes or different numbers of bedrooms. Approximately half of the units are 2-bedroom, and about 10% are 3-bedroom. And then there are about 1/3 is 1-bedroom. So there are a few very small units as well. All areas have common laundries and full access to other common facilities, which we'll go over in just one second. May I have the next slide, please? So the building is comprised of a 6-story segment and a 4-story segment. The 4-story segments face out up to Cedar Street and on Terrace Street, with the corner as a more significant and prominent tower, 6-story tower. So on the 5th floor, which is what you're seeing right here, there is a community space that occupies the 5th floor and the 6th floor, which has direct access to an outdoor deck, partially covered deck space with a view of downtown, and additional deck space on the west side, which is what you see in the lower portion of the drawing, which gives a view towards Terrace Street and also brings the scale of the building down. All the units on this floor are duplex units, which I think is another element that said there are units that are very small and also two-story units. All the two-story units have outdoor balcony spaces that look either to the east or to the west. May I have the next slide, please? This is the view of the building as you see it looking from the northeast, which is from the MBTA track area. As you can see, the building has a portion which is on Cedar Street, which you see on the right. It has a 4-story portion, which is the lower portion with the loading dock you can see in the lower right-hand corner. And then there is the retail that is located also on that lower right-hand portion that you can see with the awnings to accentuate the intention of that retail space. To the far right, you can see the proposed 6-story tower, which is brick, similar to many of the buildings that are in the area, to make it the more prominent portion of the building. The portion that you see in the bulk of this elevation is comprised of different finished materials, and as you can see, people have outdoor balconies. There is also solar shading, because this is the east side where there's expected to be quite a lot of sun. All the windows are proposed here to be triple glazed, so to reduce the acoustic treatment from the MBTA properties. May I have the next image, please? This is the view from the northwest, which shows you the corner of Terrace and Cedar. As you can see, there is the more prominent 6-story tower. You can see that the units on the corner all have balconies, as do the units to the right on the tower. There are also a series of bays to break down the articulation. You can see that the principal portions of the buildings on Cedar and on Terrace are 4-story buildings, and they all have generous balconies. The amount of common space in this building is twice the required amount, and the outdoor common spaces exceed 5,000 square feet. And this concludes our presentation.
Great, thank you. Questions or comments from the board?
What happens to the auto repair place or the body shop?
So all the existing, Dr. Landsberg, all the existing buildings, the 3 housing structures which comprise 5 units, older buildings, and the auto body shop will be removed, so that the entire site, the 18,000 square foot site, will be have brand new construction on it.
Thank you. This is my neighborhood, just curious.
Okay, all right.
Additional questions or comments? Okay, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
We'll call for a vote. Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Biller?
Aye.
The chair votes aye. Motion passes. Good luck.
Thank you very much. Have a good night.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Okay, item number 34. Request authorization to approve the third amendment to the second amended and restated development plan for 49, 51, and 63 Melcher Street within planned development area number 69, South Boston, in 100 acres, in connection with the proposed project for the change in use of the building from office space to life science laboratory.
Excuse me, Madam Chair.
Yeah?
We tabled this item, so you need a motion to take it off the table?
Oh, gosh.
From the table?
Okay.
I know, it's been a long night. I know, that's okay.
Okay, here we go. Let me switch to the other documents. Scroll. Okay. So, a public hearing for the 51 Melcher Street project was held on September 15th, 2022, after which I moved and the board voted to table the proposed actions for further consideration. At this time, I move to take from the table for active consideration of the proposed votes. So, excuse me, Secretary Polimas, is there?
You can either make a motion or you need to ask for a motion.
Okay.
Yeah, I would move that we remove this item from its status as tabled and proceed with discussion.
Second.
Okay, roll call for a vote. Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. So this is now taken off the table. And
You can read the item now if you'd like.
okay, request authorization to approve the third amendment to second amended and restated development plan for 49, 51, and 63 Melcher Street within Plan Development Area Number 69, South Boston, the 100 acres, in connection with the proposed project for the change in use of the building from office space to life science laboratory with supporting office and accessory uses located at 51 Melcher Street, to petition the Zoning Commission for approval of the PDA amendment pursuant to Section 80C-7 of the Zoning Code, to issue a scoping determination waiving the requirement of further review pursuant to Section 80B-5.3D of the Zoning Code, and to take all related actions. Nick.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Chief Jemison, and Secretary Polimas. I'm here before you this evening to reintroduce the project at 51 Melcher Street. Since the last board meeting, there has been additional outreach by BPDA staff to the members of the IAG, the development team, and members of biosafety regulatory agencies, including members of area colleagues in other planning agencies. In our meetings with lab regulators, we explicitly discussed the prospect of labs such as 51 Melcher sharing party walls with residential buildings. Our partners and other nearby cities have assured us, as you heard presented by Deputy Commissioner of Policy and Planning at the Boston Public Health Commission during our new Life Science Action Agenda presentation earlier this evening, that labs at biosafety levels 1 and 2 are safe to have in residential areas, including sharing a party wall. Even given those assurances, the 51 Melcher team has committed to additional physical layers between any lab space and party walls above and beyond what is expected or required, installing an additional gypsum panel wall with soundproofing measures between the wall and the party walls that is sealed at the top and bottom with a 4-hour fireproof caulking to prevent the transmission of any oxygen or other materials. During our discussions with the IAG, a list of additional mitigation items for the project to help offset the impact that the proposed lab will have on direct abutters was discussed. These items were then brought to the development team for discussion. I am pleased to announce that the development team has agreed to the following as a result of this continued engagement. There will be no chemical or animal, as in vivarium uses, storage spaces constructed directly against party walls abutting 49 and 63 Melcher. The property manager for the entirety of 51 Melcher will oversee chemical storage permitting and compliance for all tenants. The proponent will work with the neighbors to establish a detailed community communications plan for public safety operations in the unlikely event that a reportable incident occurs which may materially impact the neighborhood buildings. This plan will also include a requirement that the proponent hold a public meeting in the event that a tenant requires the use of a vivarium is selected. These meetings will detail the use, location, and protocols for the use of the vivarium and allow for feedback and input from the neighborhood. There will be a maximum of 2 potential vivariums in the building. There will be no off-hours or weekend construction work, with the exception of emergency circumstances. In the case that emergency work is required, the need and extent will be communicated to the abutting buildings. These items will be included in the cooperation agreement and the construction management plan, respectively. Additionally, this afternoon we received letters of opposition from City Council President Flynn and Councilmember Murphy. I would like to take this opportunity to thank all parties involved in the extensive review of this project. It is undoubtedly a better product as a result of the hard work that has gone into this process. I'll now turn the discussion over to the board.
Okay, thank you. Is there a presentation, or that was it? That was the presentation, or that was the thing? right?
That was the presentation.
All right, I'm just, okay. So do we have any questions or comments for the board, from the board? Or any discussion? Okay.
I have one, Madam Chair. There's been an awful lot of talk about the biosafety and the numbers. I think it's important to mention level 2 is influenza and Lyme disease. That's what level 2 is. And it's not this crazy stuff where they're growing things and so on and so forth. So I think it's important to just, people understand what level 2 is.
Additional questions or comments?
I guess I would just add that this is another one of those particularly difficult decisions that we have to grapple with. The city has encouraged and has benefited from the growth of lab space. And there have been a number of calls, including even this evening in earlier projects, for more mixed uses. And I think we're taking some incremental steps. I think we're taking some thoughtful steps. And I know that there are additional guidelines that are being developed around these kinds of uses. This one's a bit of a challenge, there's no question of that. But I also think that it represents the kind of pushing back against developers that communities need to do and that this board needs to recognize as the process moves forward. And I just want to acknowledge that we've heard what it is folks in the community are saying. And indeed, some of us have even gone to visit the area and the site. I certainly have, to get a feel for what's going on. And I think it's time for us to move forward.
Okay. Additional questions or comments? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Mr. Lansmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes nay, and motion passes. All right, item number 38. Request authorization to amend the authorization required for the Boston Redevelopment Authority's check signing and disbursement procedures. Michelle.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Secretary Polhemus, and Chief Jemison. I'm Michelle Goldberg, Director of Finance. No presentation. This is the BRA side of our request to modernize titles of those who are authorized to sign our checks, but I can answer any questions. Otherwise, that concludes. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Call for a vote. Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Mr. Lansmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Item number 39, contractual. I need a motion to pay the bills.
I move that we pay our bills.
Second.
We'll call for a vote. Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Lansmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
The chair votes aye, motion passes. Please pay the bills. And finally, item number 40, director's update. Director Jemison, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Hopefully everybody can hear me all right. And good evening. Thank you for staying to this late hour to administer this important work of the city. Really appreciate it. I just have a few comments to share with you tonight. Just to summarize, we had 8 new development projects approved tonight, over 222 residential units. 80 of those are income restricted. We've been talking about $1.3 billion worth of investment in the city, representing over 1.6 million square feet. These will put 1,600 tradespeople to work, create 3,863 jobs. directly and 856 indirect jobs. I wanted to just highlight some of the critical votes that were taken tonight. Specifically, and maybe a funny place to start, but as we work on our downtown revitalization work, I'm really pleased that we approved release of an RFP to study the feasibility of offices being converted into residential, life science, and other uses in downtown Boston. It's part of a larger effort in our downtown. And as we all know, office is going through a transition right now, and this will give us the information and knowledge we need to work closely with owners and developers on putting all of the space in the city, specifically the downtown office space that's underutilized, to reach its fullest potential. Specifically, the market analysis, cost estimates, and policy recommendations it will take to assess the median and long-term opportunity for office conversion. RFP will be live next week, and I'm looking forward to hearing from planning staff about the kind of responses we get. I also wanted to thank the team for listening, intently asking great questions to the work we talked about with respect to the life sciences agenda. Life sciences are a key part of the way the city has grown and the way the city is going to be growing in coming months and years. And the agenda is designed to create a roadmap for where we're going, including public information sharing and gathering around a few key issues, including zoning and the way zoning needs to change in that to reflect the life sciences use, and design guidelines as well. As we all are learning, there's aspects to the way that these buildings are designed that are crucial to their use, but also have a range of impacts on neighboring properties, so we need to be very focused on it. We're working together with our partners in public health and fire to ensure residents know, and we're taking a holistic approach, and we can hear from them directly about it as it evolves. We've committed to a set of action items, including new zoning language and design guidelines, aiming to deliver those in the coming months. We look forward to sharing updates on that with you in the future. I do want to share a special note with Council President Flynn, who prior to my arrival strongly urged this agency to undertake the kind of analysis that's going on now. I thank he and others who asked for that, and hopefully we can deliver on the urging that they shared early on for us to do it. I need to say a few words about two other critical projects. Tonight, 125 Lincoln was approved by the board. I know that there was a very rigorous public process, and just listening to the letters read by staff and the direct testimony from residents of Chinatown and the Weather District, I know how strongly people feel about this and how strongly people feel about their neighborhood. This project has the possibility to create more than 1,000 jobs and stimulate the downtown economy. It's also going to be responsible for our ability to take a historic Chinatown building and turn it into affordable housing. This development will be a restoration project meeting one of the many goals of Plan Downtown and preserving the urban fabric of both downtown and Chinatown. It's also going to make available 31,000 square feet of on and off-site public realm improvements that we're excited to see happen, as well as affordable first floor commercial, allowing the completion of the Beach Street corridor to better connect the site to the Greenway. I want to thank the staff for their hard work on this project and ensure the public benefits were included. This was a project where, because of the level of public interest and debate, BPDA staff really had to go the extra mile to work lots of different groups of people to come up with some of the mitigation that was discussed robustly in the conversation today. And I just want to thank those staff and you, the board, for our role in not just bringing the project forward, but fully hearing out residents, and hopefully the steps we take forward are going to make this bring the idea to the realization that the full realization that they can achieve. And with that, I just want to say thank you to the members of this board for your hard work. I know that listening to and participating in a dialogue just as robust as this, with dozens of letters, dozens of public commenters, strong feelings on a lot of these projects is a challenge, and I know we really appreciate your time, attention, and focus, and the participation of all the community members and the support of all the staff driving it. Thank you very much for your time, and that's the end of my comments. Back to you, Chair Rojas.
Thank you, Dr. Johnson. And with that, without further ado, I need a motion to adjourn this meeting.
So moved, and happy Thanksgiving.
Yes.
Second.
Okay, roll call for a vote. Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Mansmore?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
The chair votes aye. Motion passes. Meeting adjourned. Happy Thanksgiving. And we'll see you next month. Thank you.